You're joining us live from City Hall here in the great city of South Fulton. Introducing Mayor and Council. Mayor Khalid. Councilwoman Dr. Catherine Rao, District 1. Councilwoman Carmelita Gums, District 2. Councilwoman Helen Zenobia Willis, District 3. Councilman J.C. Sebastian, District 4. Councilwoman Keosha B. Bell, District 5. Councilwoman Natasha Williams Brown, District 6. Mayor Pro Tem Linda Becker Pritchett, District 7. Interim City Attorney Sarah Kelly. City Clerk Corey Adams. City Manager Sharon D. Subadan. Thank you for joining the City of South Fulton Council meeting, a city on the rise.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We hope you've all enjoyed your summer. We have certainly enjoyed our sabbatical. We are live at our City Hall in our still kind of new council chambers at 5440 Fulton Industrial Boulevard, 30336. Come on out and join us. We'll be here for the next few hours. I'm going to go ahead and call to order the work session. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, members of council, and the general public. This is a roll call for today's July 8th, 2025 City Council work session. The Honorable Catherine F. Rao, District 1. The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3.
Here.
The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7. And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present.
Mr. Mayor, you have a quorum.
All right, please sound the first item.
First item on tonight's agenda is the City Manager's Monthly Report presented by our City Manager, Sharon D. Subadan.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. The report was submitted with the agenda for your review. I do have an update on our fiscal 23 audit. It is complete. We have submitted all of our comments to Malden and Jenkins. We've submitted it to the state, DCA, and we will be having Malden and Jenkins present to you at our next council meeting, and we will be emailing it out to you for your review in advance. So that is been a long time coming. It's been a very difficult process. We will be starting on fiscal 24 at the end of the budget season. And our goal is to start fiscal 25 before the required due date. So at that said, I am subject to your questions.
Let me ask before we begin, is everybody able to get in the queue? Okay. You have a question? Okay. If someone from IT could come help Councilwoman Pritchett get in the queue, I'll start with Councilwoman Gums.
Thank you for your report, City Manager. There was one question that I have in regards to the Butner Road and Camp Creek project. I think we, before the break, we spoke about that, but in your report, it says that it is planned to start next week. I don't know how accurate that is, but I am trying to get a little bit more clarity on that.
Okay, let me find out for you. I don't think it's going to start next week. I think we were still working through acquisition. We had outstanding parcel we were having to move forward with eminent domain on. But I'll have an update for you before the end of this meeting.
Okay. Is there any way that the Public Works Director does? Okay. Thank you.
Councilwoman Willis?
Can you please give me an update on the $3 million roof we paid for at Walker Mall Park pool that was leaking?
I can get that for you. I know it was an expensive roof. It predated me. It does not have a warranty. That also predated me. And my understanding is we had some bad weather and the roof took some hits. So we'll have an update for you.
So yes, for clarity, it does predate you. We were told the roof was going to cost $1 million to repair. Then a change order was brought back to this council. They brought the cost of the repair of the roof to $3 million. And it's my understanding, per the communication from Dr. Cooper, that the last hard rain, there was a lot of leaks. Well, there were multiple leaks that happened. So I don't want to go a long time without getting that addressed, because when we don't, it's going to lead to other problems. And I was also told yesterday that the pump in the small pool was out, so people weren't able to swim in the small pool. So I need an update on that, Ms. Subadan. And when things like that happen, I would appreciate if we can inform the community, because there were a lot of kids that came down to swim and they were turned away. They couldn't get in the small pool because no one knew that the pool was not in operation. The other thing is I never did get an update on the courts at the South Fulton Tennis Center. The clay courts were supposed to be transitioned. Okay, thank you.
I do have an update on that. That's actually a fiscal 26 project. It was not budgeted for fiscal 25.
All right. Thank you. And just a reminder, we did a walkthrough. There were a lot of things that we found that need to be addressed. So I just would like to have a project plan on when we're going to get started on some of those items. Some of those items were in the fiscal 25 budget, but because of we're now in the midst of summer, we want it to be strategic about when we start some of the projects. So it would be helpful if I could get an update on when those projects that we identified are going to be in progress. Thank you.
All right, I have a couple follow-up questions. First, Madam City Manager, I've owned a home. I guess this is my first park building. Homes have roof warranties. Is it customary to spend that much and not get a warranty?
So I would say it's not. It is a glass roof. So there's some things that would not be covered. If it got hit by a projectile, it wouldn't be covered. But we've had a lot of issues with that roof, and it's never had a warranty to my knowledge. When I got here and we tried to make a warranty claim, I was told there's no warranty on it. So no, it's not customary. That's the reason we have a general services department now with an engineer who's the director. It sort of is what it is.
All right. Adding to the 2026 budget, I recently heard from some residents at Creel Park that those courts also need some maintenance. They were refinished by the county in 2017, like our first year of cityhood, but apparently they're already showing some cracks. People are skating and doing all kinds of things that they shouldn't be doing on the courts, and residents have been complaining. Which brings me to the second issue, is that I don't know that there are staff there. At one point in 2017, we had no staff. I actually moved my office into the building to help run the computer lab. Then we had staff, then the pandemic happened. I don't know what the staffing, I don't know what's going on with staffing at that building, but it is a heavily used park. And so that we definitely should have someone there when the park is open, if possible. And then I wanted to ask you just a couple questions. We lost some amazing people over the break, and just what the status is for the hiring of a new economic development director and HR director. Like, where are we in the? I'm sure we've gotten hundreds of resumes, or you tell me.
So we were down to a finalist with the economic development director, and the background was unsuitable for us. And so at this point, I think we need to reach out and get some contracting help to tide us over. The HR director, I'm evaluating when to go out for that position. In the meantime, Hope Blakely, the deputy director, is interim.
Well, you heard it here, residents. If any of you are experts in economic development or human resources, the city of South Fulton is hiring. And then lastly, do you have an update on Tyler and our business licenses moving over? I know people are still, I've had some calls about that.
So we're trying to refine our accounting part of Tyler, which we learned that you have to have that up and running before you can do the business license and permitting and the other side of the house. We're making a lot of progress with that. We're not finished. So business licensing, we know, has been very painful this year. One of the things that CDRA has done is to do a deep dive into every license, and we found many items that over the years have just been sort of pencil whipped and not complete. So fire inspections have not been complete, and we have some instances where we need to make some changes in our ordinance that covers business licenses because of the change in how we conduct business. So many businesses have now moved to virtual home-based business, and our description and our model is very, very old. So, excuse me, we will be bringing that back and soliciting your input on some improvements there. I just did a quick look. I know it feels very painful, but we're at 85% of our budget for business licenses. So we are getting there. It's been slow and steady. We're trying hard to be business friendly and respond, but unfortunately, we're doing cleanup and it's taking long. So we are waiving fees in instances and not penalizing people. But our next iteration, when we go back into business licensing, will be much smoother.
Thank you. So you all heard that. All of the entrepreneurs out there, you work with us, we will work with you. I think we have a few more people in the queue. Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. Madam City Manager, thank you for your report. I have just a couple of questions. I notice the property taxes is 98%. That is of what we budgeted, not what we have actually collected from the property taxes. Am I looking at that correctly? In other words, we put this number in as a projection of what we would collect, but we haven't collected 98% through the tax commissioner's office.
We have.
You have actually collected?
Yes. So
Okay.
that number you're looking at, the 97.5, is what we've actually collected. So we're getting toward the end, but there are going to be some more tax collections that will happen for new property, for people who have appealed. Some of those appeals, they'll win, some they won't. So those are held in abeyance until those,
That's the extra 2.5%.
that's our hope, yes.
Okay, thank you for that. But that's very, very good at this point, 98. I think it's probably one of the highest, I think, so far, because I think before, at this point, not all years have come in this high at this point, right? Yeah. The other question is, I saw in the reports on the facilities that the design of the City Grove Park is continuing. Did we ever publish is scheduled. I don't remember seeing one. And can we have one? Because I think it's getting close to about a year. And my expectation was that we would have gone back to the community by now with details of what we are suggesting to be in it. I know when we initially did this project, we talked about some big things. So now we're getting into the details of what we're putting inside the building, I think. I was hoping we would have some additional community meetings about this.
So I didn't anticipate additional community meetings after you had made, as a collective, made the decision on everything that was going to be in there. We have the design phase underway. After the design phase is finished, then we'll go out to bid. But if you would like, at the end of the design phase, for us to come back to the community, we can definitely do that. But all of the elements, remember there were 3 options.
Right.
You elected to pick option 3, which included all the elements. And if I remember correctly, it was January, not a year ago, but it feels like a year ago.
It does feel like a year. Anyhow,
But
yeah.
we will, but if you would like us to, at the end of the design process, to bring that back to the community so that they can see, it's going to be a lot of schematics, but we can make sure that they have renderings to see what the facility will look like. And then we will be going out to bid. It will be a multi-year process for it to
Yeah,
be bid.
I think we understand. And thank you for reminding me it was January. It does feel like a year ago because we were talking about this large budget season. We're now into another budget cycle. But I think we actually should, especially just to let the public know that this is indeed moving forward, because not everyone is going to dig into the heart of the reports, even though we put them out there publicly, to observe the things that we observe as council members. So thank you for that.
Councilwoman Willis.
You may not have the information, but I do need an update on us groundbreaking for the Welcome Center. I know there was a loose end that needed to be tied up, and it should be tied up by now because we met with the person that needed to give us the easement. So I need an update on when we're moving forward with that. I just wanted to add one more point as far as the roof at Welcome Mall. It was once a retractable roof. Unbeknownst to this council, someone made a decision to make it non-retractable, but that's okay. It's been, so the roof that's on it now is a brand new roof. And, you know, as policymakers, we don't deal with operations, so I'm not sure why a warranty was not put on that roof. But I know it's $3 million, and I'm disappointed that it's not a warranty on there, and we are facing with more leaks. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you for that report. So now we're going to talk about some things that are well underway in the works. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to our first presentation for this evening. The first presentation is item A, Fire Headquarters and Public Safety Training Complex presentation. RFP 25-01, Design Build by Catamount Construction. This will be presented by Greg Dyson, General Services Director.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, Madam City Manager, City Attorney, Mr. Clerk. Today is a historic day in our city. We are halfway through and at the culmination of a procurement process that is going to start the transformation of this city and start our construction process for our first 2 city-owned, city-developed facilities. And as we show you on the board, we started this process back in February with the release of our request for proposals. I received responses on the 21st, made a short list recommendation to you all on the 28th, and you approved it on the 22nd of April. And that took us to step 2, where we released the request for proposals to our shortlisted firms. Got those back on the 13th of June and made our final recommendation on the 24th. And tonight, we're going to ask for you all to approve those 2 recommendations. And so before that vote this evening, we've asked both design build teams to come and give you all a short presentation so you can see the fabulous proposal that they submitted and that we are recommending to you. So we will start with RFP 2501, which is the fire headquarters and public safety training facility. And that is going to our recommended company, design build team, is Catamount Construction. Gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen.
And before you begin, do we have these presentations or they're being emailed to us?
They're actually in the agenda package in the.
All right, perfect, thank you. They're in Civics Plus, they're not in the. Okay, and they're available for people to see online as well, thank you.
They can use the clicker, do you want them to just, yeah, you can use the clicker.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. We're excited about being here. I'm thankful for the opportunity that was presented to us. My name is Mitch Brown. I'm the Senior Vice President for Catamount Constructors, and I run our Atlanta office. Myself, along with Ernest Ellis with FS360, will serve as project principals throughout the duration of the project. We appreciate the opportunity. Our team is here and going to provide you with a short presentation to run through our vision to the project approach. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Michael Westbrook. He's going to do some introductions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Again, my name's Mike Westbrooks, Project Executive, FS360. Before we get started with the presentation, let me introduce some of our team members here. Mr. Eric Clemente, Principal in Charge. Ms. Lisa Smith, our Senior Project Manager. Mr. DeMarcus Ruffin, Project Manager. All right.
Good evening, everyone. As you can see on the screen here, we have a map of the Metro Atlanta area. And on this map, there are green pins that locate projects that we have completed throughout the years, throughout the area, and also within the South Fulton district itself. The red pins are visual representations of fire station-related projects we've completed. And just going in, we've done tons of projects over the years. In fact, Catamount and ourselves have completed over 100 projects together. We've completed over 450 federal government related projects itself. Ourselves and the design team, POHW plus W, we completed over 10 plus projects together. And we have a strong subcontractor relationship base throughout the Metro Atlanta area with over 1,000 plus subcontractors. In fact, we make a large emphasis on hiring minority-based subcontractors. One of our principals, Ernest Ellis, he's the president of the National Association of Minority Contractors here in Atlanta, Georgia. So, again, we make a huge emphasis on who we hire. Of course, all of our subcontractors are strongly qualified. We put them through intense pre-qualification prerequisites, but nonetheless, we still hit our goals to make sure that we have a strong minority client base to serve our communities and uplift these companies to be good stewards of the communities themselves. So.
I'll just touch real quickly on the detailed GMP breakdown that you see. We submitted a overall complete cost of $52,748,000. That was broken down in some categories of pre-construction, general conditions, and the actual construction facilities themselves, new construction. Part of that is the construction hard costs, the design fees, contingencies as spelled out in the proposal, as well as any general conditions in the contractor's fee.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. When the project kicks off, it's going to be important because the size of the team, the size of the city's stakeholder team, the consultants, the vendors, that our team get a very clear understanding right off the bat of everyone's roles and responsibilities. This will help us to make sure that we are moving the process forward, during the pre-construction and design process. Along with that kickoff meeting, one of the proposed steps that the design-build team is offering is a multi-day workshop process. This multi-day workshop is intended to provide the city with an opportunity to meet with the design-build team, to go back through the design that we're presenting here today, to make sure that we understand the current programming requirements. If anything has been updated over the last several months or the last year, we can incorporate that into the design. While we're meeting in person with the city and their stakeholders, we also have a technical team back at our office that is going to be modifying the plans in real time, so that as we go through this process, the city stakeholders can see the changes and how they affect the design. And if things need to be a little different, they can make those suggestions and we can modify them again. The goal at the end of this process is to have a set of documents, plans, and design that the design-build team can take forward through the rest of the design development process.
Thanks, Eric. I'm Lisa Smith, Senior Project Manager on the project. Very excited about this job. Personally, got a lot of friends that live in the city of South Fulton, so excited to be a part of it. As Eric mentioned, the kickoff design meetings, we're going to plan to continue those meetings when we set those in place all through construction, so that we can have our owner, architect, contractor, OAC meetings going forth during the construction phase. We're gonna identify and track action items throughout pre-con and construction side, so that we can assign due dates to each of them. Truly, the success of this project is going to be the participation from the city during the pre-construction phase, so that we stay on our schedule. And with that is, as Eric mentioned, identifying the point of contact, so that as we are going through decision-making, we can have that person be the decision maker for it, giving y'all a timeline of doing this. So that success that we've had throughout design-build projects, and it works well, we want to make sure that we're releasing materials on order in time, so that we can get through the beginning stages of it. I know that we're going to talk a little bit briefly about the pre-construction schedule. Do you want me to hit this one? Or, yeah.
So once we get into the pre-construction, that includes the design portion of the project. We'll go through approximately 5 phases. The first is schematic design, then further development of the documents and design development, and then several phases of construction documentation. Each time the development of the documents becomes more developed. So at each one of those phases, our team will have an internal QA/QC process. We'll go through the drawings ourselves, make sure that the documents are covering the scope, make sure that quality is being covered, and then towards the end of each one of those phases, we'll sit down and meet with the city and their stakeholders. We'll again go through the drawings and ask the city for their comments. Those comments will be incorporated into the drawings, and once that's done, we'll move into the next phase until we end up with a final set of documents to be submitted for permitting.
So the construction schedule really kicks off with the LDP. We learned during the interview process that the LDP has already been submitted, so that's a big win. Once we mobilize and we start construction, the goal is that this construction schedule that we developed is approximately about an 18-month-long schedule. That's with site and the construction part of it. So we will we'll make sure that we get that and analyze the durations as we start through design. Hitting real quick on project logistics, we have the entrance and the exit. The green in the bottom of the photo is our construction trailers and job sites. So we're right smack dab in the center of your campus, which allows us to maintain full visibility and be on campus in just a central location for construction entrance and one-way exit out. That also helps with the safety. Quickly, the identifying our site when we start construction and we start clearing and grubbing all of the property, we've got a 30-foot retaining wall that we've got to get in place, and that's in section A and B on the screen. So that's vital that once we clear, we start cutting back the property so that we could put the retaining wall in place. That's going to allow us to get the building pad ready for the headquarters. Now we're going to talk about the photos of your beautiful campus.
So the renderings that you see of the public safety training facility and fire headquarters, these are designs that we have been working with the city on. It is intended to be a state-of-the-art facility for a forward-thinking city. Some of the program features that are included on the public safety training campus are a burn building, driving course, future extraction building, and logistics and storage building. In addition, inside the public safety training facility that you see, there are training classrooms and an auditorium, outdoor training classroom, emergency 911 operations, incident command center, and separate secure employee and public wings, as well as other design features. The image that you see on your screen right now is an image of what will be the view from the training area where the classrooms are in the auditorium out to the remainder of the campus. The intention is for trainees and for the fire department and public safety department to be able to see everything that's ongoing on the campus as part of the training instruction. If you could go back one real quick. So,
One more.
yes, thanks. So in terms of exterior materials, the materials are intended to be contemporary, modern, to provide that progressive look. Some of the imagery that has been introduced into the building design are vertical ladder elements that you can see on the right image running up the exterior glass system, as well as a lighted beacon in the center of that image. The beacon is intended to reflect the original hose drying towers from the past, and it's also a reminder to the community that the fire department and the public safety department is always there to serve the city.
That's beautiful. Hold on one second. There are apparently some people that are trying to get in our front parking lot may be full, and they're going towards the back, but there's no one giving them directions how to get to our door. So if there's just anybody who could help people do that. Thanks. I'm sorry, continue.
No problem. Thank you. We're grateful. During the interview process, that we had mentioned that a design build is truly a collaborative effort between contractor design team as well as the city. We're super excited about this with Catamount, FS360, POH&W, and plus working with the folks at the city of South Fulton. We feel like the collaborative effort, if we get started and we stay on course, we'll have a very successful project, and we appreciate the opportunity to be the first in here and show this, and we look forward to getting this project going. Any questions?
Yes, we have several. I'm going to go ahead and start with Councilwoman Willis. I know some people may be having trouble. If you can't get in the queue, just raise your hand and I'll try it. I will get to you at some point.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't want you all to think we were being rude, but mostly all of us are having technical difficulty.
Understood.
And so the clerk had to email us the presentation so we can follow along. So I apologize for any distractions you may have seen up here. And so essentially when I did get a presentation and try to catch up, this project is gonna last until 2027?
That is dependent on when it starts, but yes, it is about
Okay.
an 18-month construction schedule because it pertains to 4 buildings and there's the design process, but yes.
Okay, and so, you know, as construction, starts, is it budgeted for a security company to be hired to secure the construction site, so we would not have to use the resources of our police department? Is that budgeted? Because as these training centers,
Well, for one of the things for us, just in general, we will have a construction fence all the way around the facility, right? That's already in our cost in the budget that we provided. Now, we don't typically include like nighttime security unless that is requested specifically, but we do secure our sites fully. That's not only that from a standpoint, that's a bigger safety issue than anything.
and so,
Just to give you a little bit more insight, I've added a 10% contingency on top of their costs to cover these types of items. So we have more than enough in our total construction budget where, yes, we will secure that site and make sure that we don't have any shenanigans going on.
yeah, because a fence not gonna do it.
Right.
And, we also need, some type of real-time crime cameras in that area. Just based off of the experience of some of the area, Metro Atlanta area cities and cities out throughout Georgia that have gone through major construction like this, they have had some lawlessness around training centers, and so we just need to make sure that we keep that. It's not an unforeseen cost that will arise as construction, and as we get deeper into construction, that we need to make sure we keep security and the cost of security in mind. And I would probably recommend a security company because it would be, therefore, won't tie up our resources in the city. The other thing I want to ask, and maybe I'm getting too, we're not there yet, but will there be a workout facility for our, with showers? Okay, thank you. I'll yield. That's all the questions, all right. And that's for our staff to maintain health, wellness. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Rowe.
I know on some of our earlier renderings of this facility, because the acreage is large, I think it's 50 acres, there was some discussion about green space and trails. Is that still, I didn't hear us really get into that, is that included in this design?
Yes, it is.
So you can see on the logistics plan, the identifier of the construction fence, and there's a neighborhood on the backside. So that little T, upside down T, that's where 7 and 8 are, that is where the pavilion would be. And then there's walking trails all throughout that little area that connect with a bridge over Sweetwater Creek into the headquarters section.
All right, I've got a couple questions. First, I think I know where you're going, Councilman Willis, and let me just say, because some of those protesters are friends of mine, this is not Cop City. We're not building that here in South Fulton. We're building a fire training center and a 911 center so that we can better respond to people that are calling us in need of help. We have a great new partner in Grady here on the south side, and we're doing our part as well to have emergency response services for our citizens. I do want to make sure that we have EV charging at this facility. And the other question is just a meeting space. This is in District 2, near District 4, kind of on the line. All right, but that area, let me just say that that west side of the city, we are in need of more meeting spaces. So could you just talk about the meeting rooms that are there, what the capacity for them is, and how people might be able to schedule them for whatever community meetings we have?
So there are several meeting rooms that you can see on the plan. They're kind of just below the larger auditorium space. We're calling them classrooms. They're probably for 12 to 16 people. However, the auditorium is much larger. The building is intended to be set up with a more secure office work area, which is in the upper left-hand corner of the building, and then the training facilities in the lower right-hand area where you see the auditorium. There are also classrooms on the upper level of the facility as well. So there's multiple opportunities there, should the city choose to be able to use those for meeting space. I think we would need to look at how the building can be, could be separated in order to provide public functions as well as allow the public safety group to conduct their work on a daily basis. But there are quite a few spaces that could be used for meetings.
Did you have anything to add, Madam City Manager?
I didn't. I just think this is a really exciting day for the city of South Fulton.
Absolutely.
And I'm appreciative of your support.
Yes. Councilwoman Gums.
I think most of my questions were answered in reference to the amenities. And fire trucks will be housed here as well. Do we know how many bays that will hold?
So a fire station is not, not part of the
There's supposed to be a maintenance shop on there.
Yeah, there is a
maintenance shop.
And
Yeah,
I think
there
it's
is.
3 or 4 bays for the maintenance facility.
So it's a maintenance, it'll be there for maintenance, but none of the trucks will be deployed out of there due to,
No.
Okay.
The plan is to build a fire station on a different side.
on a different side?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Willis.
My last question is, this is a dual purpose training center, right? It's not just for fire. We're not building a training center just for fire. This is for public safety as a whole, correct?
Yes, it's for both police and fire.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, it is for police and fire. When you see the police presentation, you'll see there are things that are centric to police that will be in the headquarters. This training center, it's going to be predominantly fire, but police will train there as well. One of the things that I did when I got here is got everybody in a room and we eliminated things that would be duplicate.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
All right, thank you. Is there any way you all can replay that 3D rendering?
Absolutely.
I just want people to see that one more time. This is a huge moment in our city. This is a nearly $60 million facility. You heard us talk at the State of the City that we purchased nearly 400 acres of land in these past few years. And this is what we are doing. We are owning our future. We are building a police headquarters. We're building a fire headquarters. We're building a city hall. We're building a court. So we are going from being renters to owners. And thank you so much, Madam City Manager, and Chief Meadows and Chief Jones, and these incredible firms. We are so excited about this moment. Thank you.
So are we. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right. And we're not done. We have another presentation.
And before we go to the police headquarters presentation, I do have to acknowledge a very important partner in this process for us, and that's our program manager, Turner Townsend Erie. These folks seated here to my left, they've been with us every step of the way, and they will continue to be there with us as we go through the construction process and the commissioning of the buildings. Our second presentation is for RFP 2502, the police headquarters facilities. And we are recommending the joint venture of Winter Johnson Group. And so you all please come up and give your presentation.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and honorable members of the City of South Fulton City Council, to our esteemed city manager. It is truly a pleasure for us to come before you today. My name is Artis Johnson. I am the managing member of the Winter Johnson Group, one of the managing members. And on behalf of our entire staff at Winter Johnson and our design partners, POH plus W, we are honored to be here today. Our team is comprised of a group of professionals who are experienced in public safety facilities. We're specialists in the public safety space, and we also specialize in design build projects, having delivered some of the area's most complex and difficult design build projects over the last 5 to 10 years. Projects such as the Martin Luther King Aquatics and Rec Center in downtown Atlanta. We were the design builder for this downtown central library for Fulton County. We also were the design builders for the Grant Park Parking Deck, and we're currently serving as the design builders for the redesign of the downtown Fulton County Government Center, the 10-story building facility. A couple of quick things about our team, and then I'm going to turn it over to the people who will be working and making sure that this is delivered properly and successfully. But we've been working together as the Winter Johnson Group for over 16 years. Our combined experience as companies is over 100 years. And our core values are really very simple. We strive and we make certain that we deliver projects that are constructed very well and excellent. We also believe very strongly in diversity, equity, and inclusion, and you will see that in our team and what we believe in. All of the projects that we've delivered for our municipal clients and our private clients, we always make certain that we make a commitment to our minority community as well as the communities as a whole. I'll be coming back later, but with that, I'm going to turn it over to Sarah McCracken, our project executive. Sarah, William, and I have worked together now for 16 consecutive years, and we've worked very closely together in delivering difficult and challenging projects, and we look forward to being of service to the City of South Fulton.
Thank you, Artis. Good afternoon, or almost evening, everybody. Again, my name is Sarah McCracken, and I will be the project executive on this project. And really what that means for everyone is that I'm your kind of one-stop shop. So we're a very seamless group, meaning that from today through warranty, I'm your point of contact. I'm that seamless transition from design through pre-construction, construction, and then warranty. So very excited to be here. As Artis mentioned, years and years of experience together working through projects just like this, and so excited to deliver on this one for you all as well. As Artis alluded to, we have a lot of experience together working in the municipal and government market sector. We focus a lot on local and minority participation, in addition to ensuring that we're providing lead, whether it's an actual lead project or just a sustainably designed project. That's something that's very important to us as well. One thing I do want to add about our minority and local participation is we really took this project to heart and went ahead, and when we were shortlisted on this project, we went ahead and hosted a virtual open house where we invited many local subcontractors, focusing on that minority participation, just to bring interest to the project, hoping that we would be awarded the project and then being able to talk about it and just bring interest. So we look forward to doing, whether it's community events, to bring interest to the project, along with updates to the project, along with maximizing our MWBE participation. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Eric to talk a little bit about our team experience.
Okay. All right, so we have, you can see on the screen, we have done several projects with the Winter Johnson Group, police headquarters projects over the last several years. Those include indoor firing ranges, which is one of the elements of the police headquarters building. We understand the issues with security. A lot of our projects have been in the justice, in county and city justice systems, police headquarters, as well as dispatch rooms. So.
So our process is really one of collaboration. I think similar to the Catamount team, we'll operate similarly in that initially we want to have design workshops to ensure that we understand everybody's roles and responsibilities. This is an extremely important and complicated project, and we want everybody to be working towards the same goal from day one. Again, I will be leading that process along with all of the partners here. Concurrent with that, and as you'll see moving forward, we will have already developed initial phasing, schedule, and cost. And so as the design progresses, there will never be a moment in time where you won't know where the project is at, whether what phase of design it's in, whether what schedule timeline we're on, when is the next milestone that you all would be interested in, and that other, our City of South Fulton partners and Turner and Townsend would want to know. So we really focus on all of those things from day one, and as we work through the design process and then into the construction phase, we focus on all of that.
Thanks, Sarah. So the images that you see up on the monitor right now, these are images of the design and the vision we've been working with the city on. The upper image is the public entrance to the police headquarters building. Again, as was the case in the public safety training facility, the materials reflect a contemporary, modern, and progressive look. The design of the building in terms of materials and form are intended to basically show that the city is reaching out to the community. Some of the spaces, some of the programming features included in the building are offices for field operations, training, criminal investigations division, tactical enforcement section. There is space for evidence and record storage. There's a 25-yard pistol range, which is included in the auxiliary building, which you see in the image at the bottom. An incident simulator room, defensive tactics training, and police special operations headquarters and vehicle storage in the satellite building that's tucked back into the site a little bit more, as well as a K-9 facility. Again, the intention for the buildings on the site, which are the police headquarters building, the auxiliary building, housing police special ops, and the pistol range, and the satellite building, which is storage for special ops, police special ops vehicles, and the K-9. The materials and the design are intended to complement the police headquarters building.
We also have a fly-through for everybody to observe. One point I'd like to just note is that Winter Johnson Group has a very robust in-house construction technology team, and we'd like to use that in providing updates to whether it's your group or the city. We can do that through the use of QR codes on fence screen. There is a QR code in your executive summary that when you click on that, it will play this video. So there's a lot of different ways. I think I mentioned in our presentation, we also can do some virtual reality where if the council would like to come to the site during construction, you can walk in the building and put on a set of goggles and look around, and you'll see what it's going to look like in the future. for those that don't work in 3D on an everyday basis, that can really help you vision how the project's gonna look like. And so we're really excited to share all of those possibilities and work on those together.
Thanks, Sarah. My name is William Mensa, and I'm Senior Pre-Construction Manager. Very excited to be part of the building of the City of South Fulton. As Ardis mentioned, we've worked together for many years, going on 2 decades now, and the design-build process is not new to us at all. We've done many a project, and looking at the slides, I remember most of those projects in detail. Our process, as Sarah mentioned, is very collaborative. So right from get-go, we would want to, again, I'm talking about costs, so we would want to identify and look at what the potential cost drivers are and make sure that we've identified them, are talking about them from the beginning, so that those are taken care of and nothing really goes off track as far as budget is concerned. Also, we'll talk about all the essential elements, the must-haves, what needs to be highlighted and needs to be paid attention to at every stage of the project. And we'll be communicating this. It's not just the initial meetings, but we'll be communicating this as the project goes forward.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Wayne Bradley. I would be your senior superintendent for this project, and as William and everyone has said, we're very excited about it. So I just wanted to walk you guys through the site logistics we have. If you'll notice the bottom of the screen, that's to the right is where our office trailer for supervision project managers will be. That'll also be where our parking's going to be for all the construction workers, to kind of keep everyone compiled into one location and not scattered. They will have a separate entrance in and out. The actual construction entrance will be up off West Road. We'll have an entrance and an exit. That'll allow us to secure the site better and also keep us off of Old National with traffic, and we know how traffic gets down there, especially in the evenings and the mornings. So the top of the screen, that'll be an entrance to the right, and then the exit with the wheel wash stations. We know you have to keep your roads clean, and also the red line around the site, that'll be a fully secured fence all the way around, lockable gates. We do have the availability for security if it needs to be provided in the future, if we see that it starts to become an issue, weekends or whatever it may be. We also, you see the 3 buildings. To get those ready and pad ready, we do have a over 500-foot retaining wall around the back of the property that will allow us to start the cut and fill of the project, and that'll get us pad ready to start the buildings. There's also to the far left, which is not in the fenced area, that's walking trails and whatnot that'll go back through the property also.
So in line with what I mentioned, where you have design, you have pre-construction, and the financial, you also have schedule. Obviously, that's very important. And all of those things kind of work hand in hand as we work through the process. Hoping to start very soon, obviously, with the design. We're looking at approximately an 18-month construction schedule. We're very familiar with the permitting process. We're currently on another project in the city of South Fulton. And so we're very familiar with that process. We plan on early on meeting with that department just to ensure that we understand all the requirements and can share some kind of early release packages with them. That's one of the beauty elements of the design build process is we can start construction before we've 100% completed the design. So it really provides an overall fast track process versus fully completing the design and then starting construction. So we look forward to providing further updates on the schedule as it progresses.
Well, this is a brief presentation from our team. Again, we truly are honored to have this privilege to be of service to the city of South Fulton. If there are any questions that you might have, we're prepared to answer those. Thank you again.
All right, thank you. I'm going to start us off. I just want to say again, I am just so overwhelmed. I don't feel excitement. Are y'all excited about this? How do the residents? You want to give a hand clap for these amazing buildings that we're. Thank you. Because I will say, in the first days that he was here, I remember walking with Chief Meadows. We were thinking about where we could move the police headquarters, which was in this rundown building that's now a laundromat on Old National. But we looked at an empty space in the Walmart shopping center. It was, and it's now a Goodwill. And I think we can all agree we've come a long way from looking at rented buildings. And Chief Jones, I have worked out with the fire department and gone to a lot of their trainings, and we've gone to Clayton County to use their burn building for like several years. We're all, we're moving all around. So this is really exciting. Sarah, you said the magic word today, warranty. So I'm glad to hear about that.
I had to fill that in based on the initial conversations.
And we have a city manager form of government. So these folks don't report to me, but I think I can say with confidence you're not going to have a problem with permitting. We're going to make sure that we get that both of these. But my first question is for both architects, because there are some really brilliant folks in the city, much smarter than I am, who send me questions. And so one of the questions that I got is, we have a new president. We've had a lot of tariff things happening. Are you all securing materials for these buildings? Like the cost that we have estimated here, like, was this a pre-tariff cost? Like, talk to me about that.
Well, we are confident in the proposed GMP that we included in our RFP. We are always, every morning I wake up, we look to see what the latest is in the news. We try to work really hard to stay ahead of that. As a matter of fact, internally, we have a group that meets every 2 weeks just to talk about market conditions and supply code. So supply chain issues, excuse me. So we think we have that covered, but it's one of those areas where none of us can, we don't have a crystal ball to totally say without 100% without a shadow of a doubt that we won't have any impacts. But we took all of that in consideration as we were putting together our GMP.
Can I just ask, did the previous firm, did you all do the same?
Yes, 100%.
Okay, awesome. Madam City Manager has something to add. Okay.
Well, I also will add that's part of the beauty of design build. It allows us to purchase things as we need to. So if we were to hear that something's coming, which our subcontractor base typically would let us know, then we could quickly make that purchase and not have to deal with that. So that's always our goal.
Awesome.
So GMP is the guaranteed maximum price, and so part of the design build process is to get that ceiling. So our hope is that there won't be any surprises. We did put a very healthy contingency on both of these projects as well. And so our goal is not to have to value engineer anything. And they're going to be working closely with us, should you award them, so that they can get off to the races and get ahead of any challenges that come down the road.
Awesome. Thank you so much for that. One final question. You mentioned a shooting range. Is that in the building? Because there's a lot of residential around. So could you just, for people who also ears might have perked up when they heard that, could you talk about that?
It is in the building.
Okay.
And what we'll need to do is look at the perimeter of that structure to make sure we're minimizing any noise that gets out. as well as safety that's required for a shooting range. At one time, we looked at several locations for the shooting range and decided to pull it closer to the street, but behind the back of the building in order to pull it away from the residential area and have that buffer between the shooting range and the remaining site.
And there are like trees, there's still some sort of natural sound buffers or?
There's a buffer beyond, I don't know if we have the site plan up. There's a buffer beyond, but it's more beyond the satellite building that you see in the upper left-hand corner.
Okay.
The shooting range is actually in the building that's below the police headquarters building, the one kind of tucked below and to the right.
Perfect. All right, thank you. All right, I will open it up. I believe the first person I saw was Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mayor. For the previous group as well, I want to thank you guys. Had a little problem technically here, so I couldn't get in the queue before. But I want to thank all you guys and also the staff members and our chiefs that are working on these incredible projects, right? I'm really, really excited, but I can't be too excited because we don't have the final bill yet. That's when I'll get excited. If Ms. Subran come and said, we came in on the budget, I'll be doing the happy dance. But the question that I have, how green are these buildings? And are we gonna be building in any energy efficiency capabilities into these two incredible large projects?
I can lead into it. Well, so as I mentioned, I mean, we're very accustomed to building sustainably. I think most architects, POH+W, they are very used to designing sustainably. So yes, there will be all kinds of sustainable elements. We also have the electric vehicle charging stations included. We will work with your team to really define exactly what systems interest you. Our goal is always to provide the information and provide the education piece of it, and then ask for the team to give us what's going to be best for the city. So things like warranty, things like what is the maintenance going to be of the system, and what kind of maintenance costs those are going to be, what's the return on the investment of whatever the energy system is. So it's our job to educate and provide all of that information, and then you to tell us what's going to be the best for the city.
Okay.
Does that answer your question?
Yes, so I look forward to hearing more as we progress along with both of these projects. I might have missed this, but where is the Emergency Operations Center going to be? Is it in the training center or at police headquarters? Police headquarters?
So the Emergency Operations Center, the 911 center, or?
The 911 should be part of it, that we use every day.
Right, so it's in the fire headquarters building.
The Emergency Operations, okay, it's going to be in the fire?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I want to get that clear. My last question is, both of these buildings, they have a lot of glass. And I noticed the examples that you guys included from other cities. They don't have as much glass. I mean, I like the glass, don't get me wrong, it's not a criticism. I'm just concerned about breakage.
Right.
You know.
So that's it has been brought to our attention, and that's our job from this point forward, is to look at how we can maintain these designs as best possible and not have a maintenance issue for the city. The glass does lend to that more progressive, futuristic look, but there are limitations, and maybe what we need to do is look at where we can successfully place that to keep that image, but also not have a maintenance issue or a vandalism issue that the city will have to address down the line. So that's one of our challenges at this point.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, and this is exciting, and some of the original members of this council, I think it's 4 of us still here. Mayor forgot we were in a process of obtaining the Ingalls Plaza on National, and we actually had went in and started white boxing the inside, and that deal fell through. So patience is of a virtue, so I'm glad we were able to purchase the land, and we're moving forward. I have with the mayor, I was more concerned not about Cop City activists, but I was more so concerned about what we have prevalent here in South Fulton and across the nation is copper theft, metal theft. And so, and we have legislation around it where the scrap yards are supposed to report items that look suspicious. And so at some point, you will need to have 24/7 security. Just to give you an example, although they have not moved forward with the construction, but since 2017, the federal government has been paying for 24/7 security at the construction site of the Job Corps. And it's still there 24/7 because of people, going in and doing lawless activity and stealing copper and metal. And so that's what I'm more so concerned about, and that's what's prevalent around here. And so I just, that's why I'm bringing up, at some point, you will need to probably put some security there 24/7 and have real-time cameras in the area. The other thing I would like us to consider, Ms. Subadan, is while that we are moving forward with the new construction, is adding more energy conservative methods. If we could consider adding the solar panels in a lot of these new, because I know that's something that we talked about early on. And what was recommended is, yes, we want to look at some of the buildings that we currently have, but the best opportunity is when we have new construction. And so I sent you an email with one of the vendors. I don't want to say the name, but they have worked with us in the past. If you would consider reaching out to them and instituting them in these projects, so that we could have solar panels on our new construction where possible. And I think that is it. We have workout facility, and I'm only talking on behalf of some of the employees, our public safety officers who have longed for workout facilities and showers so that they can stay fit and healthy and live a long time. They have a very stressful life. They run to danger when we go home. And so they like workout facilities, and sometimes gym memberships and gyms in the area are not as convenient for them. So with this facility also have workout facilities for our officers.
Yes, they will. And
with showers.
With showers, yes, ma'am. And I would just also add on your note about the solar panels. We have worked very closely. Two of the projects that we did design build, the Martin Luther King Rec Center. There's a large solar array on that project as well as another project. So we have a lot of experience working with third-party contractors who really their contract would be with the city of South Fulton because they've got the way that the energy has to be accounted for and sold back if they have too much. But we have vast experience. Sarah and William are on both of those projects and integrating that into our design so that make sure that if you choose to add solar panels, that we have that experience.
Yeah, we definitely want to do that because adding more buildings is going to have more electricity bills, and where we can get serve and save will be good. Thank you so much for your presentation, and we're looking forward to all of these projects coming to fruition.
Thank you, Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you for the presentation. Certainly has been a long time long time coming. And on your slide, I think it's page 10, schedule control and management. Obviously, I think we all know that with any massive construction project like this, anything can happen that can delay the project. Could you just, for the edification of our residents, those who've turned in and those who will watch the video later, just kind of talk about how this timeline can be adjusted or has the potential to be adjusted just based on, things that none of us will absolutely be able to control that can push that date out from June 2027.
Well, I'm going to let Sarah get into the specifics of it. But one of the things and one of our jobs and one of the things that we hold all of our team members accountable for is to monitor and stay on top of the schedule, not on a monthly basis, but on a daily basis. And so from Wayne to the rest of our team, and especially Sarah, it's going to be our goal that that date does not change. But schedule is critical. Schedule and quality, they go hand in hand. And so we really work extremely hard to make sure that we deliver on the date that we promised.
Yes, and without getting in too much detail, we typically provide a monthly update to the schedule to the entire group, to the city, just so everyone feels comfortable. For us, it's really holding those intermediate milestones. But to your point, yes, unforeseens happen, things happen. What our goal always is to look at every available option to, again, select the resolutions that's the best for the city, for everyone involved. And so oftentimes we are able to maybe resequence some scope of work to try and avoid a delay. We always look for all those options from day one. And in our weekly schedule internal updates that we then distribute to the subcontractors as well, they're also held accountable to that. Does that answer your question?
And Sarah, and I would just add one other point. We've worked with Turner Townsend. They're the program manager on the project we're doing for Fulton County right now. And so we work collaboratively with them, reviewing the schedule on a bi-weekly basis on that project. And we would have the same level of emphasis on your project, even more so because of the critical importance of it.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Gomes.
Thank you so much for your presentation, and this is definitely exciting and seeing how long and how far we've come. I have a quick 2 questions. I guess maybe this might be for the city manager. Will the real-time crime location relocate to this facility?
Yes, this will be a new real-time crime center. Of course, all of the information and the software and everything will be moved from our existing site, but there is an allowance for a whole new real-time crime center in this building.
Okay, that's exciting. The mayor mentioned about the shooting range, and you all know how I feel about the shooting range because we have one that is in District 2 that is nestled right in a residential area. So we've been working definitely with the county to control the noise. And as we continue to grow, it has become an absolute nuisance to the community. You could just be sitting in your home and hear the gunshots early in the morning. So, and it's regional, so people from all over come to use the shooting range. Is that a plan to do that? And as I'm also mentioning, the noise buffers are super, super important. I don't know if you can get the highest grade of buffers to put in this particular project, but I do know as time continues to go on, the city will continue to grow. I don't know if there's additional buffers for residential, but in that district, it is planning to probably grow a lot. So what are the plans as far as the buffers? Because they're going to have to be strong buffers.
Right, I'm gonna let Eric come and speak about that, but the building, the shooting range, it has a level of acoustical accoutrements in it that we think will manage the sound, and Eric, if you could talk more about that.
So there are going to be noise baffles inside the shooting range, but as you're concerned about, we also need to address any type of noise that leaks out. So our first step is going to be to look at the construction of those walls. And we've already been discussing how we can isolate that pistol range so that all the noise is contained within the range itself, and we're not relying on a buffer that may or may not be there in the future. So that's where we're at right now on the range. I think a first good step was moving it away from the residential area. Now we need to address the acoustics.
And I will ask that the city manager and Chief Meadows, you look at that because it is a nuisance. And I'm pretty sure as we continue to grow in population and everything else, it will become a nuisance. So if you all can address that on the front end versus having to address it later, it would be great. And that concludes my questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Rowe.
Okay, there you go. I want to ditto my colleagues' excitement about this project, and one of the things I want to make sure the staff is aware of, I think it was in 2022, the city was working through ARC's green certifications, and we adopted a couple ordinances, one of which was to make sure that future buildings that we construct are either Earthcraft commercial certified or LEED certified. And so, yeah, we need to go way beyond solar panels, that's all I'm saying. And so I just want to make sure that we keep that at the forefront as we prepare to position our city for the future, that we're forward thinking and making sure that we're making sure all the energy efficiency is in not just this building, but as well as the fire headquarters. And that was just concludes my comments. Thank you.
I think that's everyone. Thank you so much. We have one more presentation. Got lots of exciting things to present to you back from this summer break. Mr. Clerk, you can go ahead and sound that.
Yes, sir. The next presentation is the final South Fulton Regional Riverfront Park presentation. This will be presented by the Trust for Public Land and Tenard Turner, Director of Parks and Recreation.
Good evening, Mayor and Council, City Manager, Tenard Turner, Director of Parks and Recreation. And we're here with our partners from TPL to discuss the Chattahoochee MOU with our partnership. And with that being said, I'm gonna bring up Miss Emily.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here with y'all this evening. My name is Emily Camargo. I'm a land acquisition project manager with the Trust for Public Land. And with me today I have Walt Ray, who is our Chattahoochee program director. And I'm going to let Walt kick off our presentation.
Well, thank you all for having us today to talk about a really exciting project in the city of South Fulton. You guys play a key role in what we call the Chattahoochee Riverlands, which is a really great connective vision to connect 20 cities and 7 counties into one big connective green space from Beaufort Dam to Chattahoochee Bend State Park, and you guys are smack dab in the middle of this huge vision. So we'd like you to consider entering into agreement with us today with Trust Public Land as we seek to help you, partner with you to build out your section of the Chattahoochee Riverlands, specifically at a site that we call Riverlands Regional Park. Just so you know, Trust for Public Land, we are a national nonprofit organization. Nationwide, we have about 400 people working to connect everyone to the outdoors in 30 offices, including the Georgia office. And Emily and I work in the Georgia office, and we were established in 1992. We were opened to protect land and to introduce more people to the outdoors in Georgia. Nationwide, we have completed 5,000 parks and trail projects and schoolyard projects across the country. We have, as an organization, leveraged $84 billion in public funding to improve parks and give better access nationwide to lands and waters. And we have protected, and what I mean by protected, we have acquired and then given to the public partners or sold to the public partners 3.7 million acres of land across the country. In Georgia, how our mission has been expressed is we bought the first 2,000 acres in Cumberland Island. We protected the first properties of the M.L. King National Historic Site. We published a Beltline study. We bought the first several lots along what is now the Atlanta Beltline, and 20 years ago we published that study, and we've helped move that vision along. And really, we've focused on the Chattahoochee River. So between Helen, Georgia, and Columbus, Georgia, so for about 285 miles, our organization has worked with partners like you to protect over 18,000 acres and 80 miles of riverfront. And we're interested in teaming with you guys to up those numbers even more. Many of you will remember, and our councilwomen, Catherine Rowell and Carmelita Gums were very involved with this, and your economic development director. In 2018, we as a region kicked off a 2-year planning study called the Chattahoochee Riverlands Study. We were looking between Beaufort Dam and Chattahoochee Bend State Park to connect 100 miles, 20 cities, and 7 counties into one unified green space along the Chattahoochee River. We did publish that study in 2020 with some great success. Since then, I'm happy to report that the region has invested about $270 million investing in all the different cities and counties to implement their own sections of the Chattahoochee Riverlands. Let me see. We at Trust for Public Land, we have leveraged over $50 million in public and private funding to pursue 2 demonstration projects. One of them comes right through the city of Chattahoochee Hills, so the city of South Fulton and Chattahoochee Hills in Atlanta. This is the Camp and Paddle Trail. This was a highly rated access amenity during the 2020 study, and we knew that it would take a nonprofit partner without jurisdictional boundaries to make this work. So we raised $5 million. $3 million of that was in philanthropic funding. $2 million was from the state. We opened 5 sites to get better access to the Chattahoochee River between Atlanta through South Fulton to Chattahoochee Hills, and we take out at McIntosh Reserve in Carroll County. That project opened this summer on 5 sites, and I just wanted to give you a little bit of an idea. This is what the Chattahoochee Hills site looks like. We cut the ribbon here in April 1st. It was April Fool's Day, actually, of 2025. And this is a little bit about what a Chattahoochee Riverlands is starting to look like. As cities build out various sections, we want to give it a lot of continuity so that you know that you're in the Chattahoochee Riverlands, regardless of what jurisdiction you are. This is what our kayak launch looks like and our steps down to the river. This is first time ever river access in Chattahoochee Hills. This was what we promised on the left and what we delivered on the right. And again, we had the ribbon cutting here on April 1st. And there are new kayak launches, new boat ramps, and 48 miles of connective trail. And so as we're also working in the city of Smyrna, South Fulton, South Cobb County, and city of Mableton to build the first 3 miles of kind of fully realized Riverlands vision with the parks, the trails, the ecological restoration, the kayak launches. The overlooks all the stuff that we as a region said that we wanted. We are building that. It is under construction and will be open in 2026. And that's $22.7 million in philanthropic funding that we have raised and for the jurisdictions, and about $25 million in public funds, which we have either raised or encouraged the jurisdiction to raise, or combination thereof. So as we are wrapping up those 2 demonstration projects, one on the land and one on the water, we're looking to see what we want to partner with next. And we cannot help but look at the city of South Fulton because there's so much potential to build your section of the Riverlands through here. Specifically, we're looking at what I call Riverlands Regional Park, because we don't have a real name for it yet, but I call it regional because it would be the biggest park along the Chattahoochee Riverlands corridor. It would be an anchor in a 6,000 acre green space from Peachtree Creek in Atlanta to Campbellton Park in Chattahoochee Hills. It would be a center jewel with well over 300 acres, and there's a lot of potential. We have not designed the park. We just know that there kind of needs to be a regional kind of events riverfront access point at this location. And Emily is very good at acquiring land, and then I will help with design and all the fun stuff if you guys so choose.
So, Walt got to highlight all of the beautiful park elements that we've been able to implement. My job is to make sure that our municipal partners have land to actually build all of these parks on. I'll just quickly highlight that TPL originated as a land conservation organization. We have 50 years of experience working with cities, states, and the federal government to buy land and get it into public hands. And we do all of this for TPL services, generally at no cost to the public. We fund all of our operations through our own philanthropic donations to the organization, and we try to bring cost savings to the local governments whenever we can. So in this case, I just want to provide a quick example of some recent work that we've done along the Chattahoochee River in Carroll County at the southern end of the Chattahoochee Riverlands. This is McIntosh Reserve Park, where TPL partnered with the county to acquire, in 3 separate transactions, over 900 acres of land to expand McIntosh Reserve Park, to preserve the cultural history of this area, and also to create connectivity with existing park space in the county, and to build connectivity through the rest of the Riverlands. Again, TPL did this at no cost to the county. We raised public funds and supported the county in their funding applications. We managed the due diligence process, contract negotiation, and all of that for the land acquisition process, so that really the lift in our ideal world is light for y'all, but the result for the public is extremely impactful. In Carroll County, those 3 acquisitions were completed in 4 years, which I will say is a pretty quick timeline for land acquisition, but we were able to do that successfully because the county provided approximately $2.5 million of investment for match funding, and we were also able to secure $1.9 million in Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program funding from the state, which helped us to accomplish those acquisitions. We also benefited from some incredibly generous philanthropic support on those projects, which we would aim to bring to our work with South Fulton as well. And we're not just walking away from that work. We've acquired the land, and now we're continuing to work with the county on a master plan to, again, build out those trails and program those parks so that they're seamlessly connected with the Riverlands vision, but also with the other existing facilities in the county. This is what we imagine to be the regional riverfront park in South Fulton. It's approximately 370 acres of currently undeveloped property in a very industrial, commercially developed area. So this land is critical for the Chattahoochee River, not just because it's on the riverfront, but because it's not already developed. Yeah, sure. I'm sorry. Just to orient you a little bit, the blue line down the center is, of course, the Chattahoochee River. We're on the south side of the orange pieces that you're looking at is the DNR boat ramp, and the orange parcels themselves are the property that we're proposing as the park. This includes about 2 miles of Chattahoochee riverfront, and like I said, it's ideally located for conservation, but it's also ideally located for park and trail amenities because it's already next to an existing state boat ramp, and it's just across the river from Sweetwater Creek State Park, which provides a really nice recreational corridor for the public on both sides of the river. I'm always very hesitant to put a price tag on land, especially these days before we've actually had it appraised, but we have done some work in this area. We feel confident that the approximate land value here could be about $15 million to acquire. Most likely, TPL would suggest that we pursue that total acquisition in multiple phases so that we can capitalize public funding, the state Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program and others, again, to really leverage the county, the city's investment to the best of our ability. And like I've mentioned, TPL would be there along the way to provide acquisition support and project management at no cost to the county to make sure that this is all completed. So just to be really clear, this is what TPL is committed to and what we're asking the city to commit to. We would provide acquisition, project management, funding support, public engagement as needed, site development support, and of course, the vision and the future Riverlands connectivity to the trail system that Walt has already presented. We would ask that the city of South Fulton commits to owning and operating that park for perpetuity, to keeping it in conservation for the benefit of the public. We would sign a memorandum of intent with the city to just outline all of these details for both TPL's support and also the city's commitment. And we would ask that you allocate about $5 million over the next 5 years, so not all at once, but metered out, again, through phased acquisitions. That would be used as match funding and due diligence funding to get the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program funds and to leverage other public funding sources and philanthropic sources. And then again, your willingness to work with us to develop the site into a regional park. And that's really the extent of our presentation. I'd love to open it up for questions and any comments that y'all might have.
Thank you. Before I send it over to council for their questions and comments, I see some friends of ours in the media are here tonight. Whatever story you're here to cover, I hope that you will also share that we are building a $60 million fire safety headquarters, a $50 million police headquarters, and a 300-acre park on the Chattahoochee River. We are a city on the rise, and I'm sure that our Public Affairs Director will make sure that these stories get out to the media, the good news that is happening here. With that, I turn it over to Dr. Rao.
I can't say how excited I am to be here. I remember when we first hosted this meeting in this very building, and we had so much community engagement, and everybody was so excited. And I also was able to attend the ribbon cutting in Chattahoochee Hills on April 1st, and the turnout was amazing from the region in terms of excitement about making sure we activate the Chattahoochee Riverlands project and that everybody has access. So I'm extremely excited about this. This will be a major amenity and tourism attraction for our city. And so I'm just really excited to be here. And I hope that the residents take advantage to go on the website and learn about the Chattahoochee Riverlands project. I didn't realize it had been 5 years till you said it, but time sure does fly. And to be at this point is really amazing for our city. I think it positions us well into the future. It embraces everything we've talked about in terms of green space and making sure our residents have quality recreational venues, activities along in our city. This one just happened to be on the Chattahoochee. Most people don't even know that the loading dock currently exists, which is right down Camelton Road before you go into Douglasville. So we're looking forward to bringing this online. Thank you.
Any other questions, comments? Councilwoman Willis?
Thank you for this presentation. I have a couple of questions. Is this how the Atlanta Beltline started? Okay, so you all work with the Atlanta Beltline. Okay. And I guess that's my question. Is that the goal, to kind of create a South Fulton trail where we have trails connected throughout the city? And do you all have experience with connecting trails to other municipalities where people can, for example, the Atlanta Beltline goes all the way to near the West End. It can pick up there. They have expanded it. And is the goal here to first create a trail system within our city where we can put like restaurants and and other tourist attractions along the way. And then the overall arching goal is to connect our trail system to other municipalities.
So that's a great question. A lot of people like to say that the Riverlands will do for Metro Atlanta what the Beltline has done for Atlanta. And, we don't control the land uses along the Beltline. Private development, and the city does that. We are here to really talk about the park, the 300-acre park, but I'm really itching to talk about the trails. So you'll see on that Riverlands study, you'll see a golden trail that kind of goes upstream from what I call the Riverlands Regional Park. I'm not sure what the label says, little star. But that trail will be 125 miles long. It will go to Beaufort Dam, through all the northern suburbs, through Atlanta, through South Cobb, through Douglasville, to Chattahoochee Bend State Park, through where we guys showed you the master plan of McIntosh Reserve. So that would be a regional spine, a very long 100-mile regional multimodal or alternate transportation spine for walking and bicycling and not anything except a car, right? So we can help with that spine. I'm also happy to say the city of South Fulton has a great opportunity between the buildings that sort of face Fulton Industrial Boulevard. There's all those big warehouses that face Fulton Industrial Boulevard. Then there's like 300 or 400 acres of woods and privet and kind of forgotten land. And then there's the Chattahoochee River. That forgotten land is all publicly owned, almost all publicly owned. And it's almost easy to get agreement. There were sewer lines through there. There's sanitary and stormwater sewer lines through there. It's kind of easy to get a trail through there. You guys have really one of the flattest, easiest sections of trail to build, and it's almost all publicly owned. I'd love to come back talk with you in a couple months and talk about how we might help with that too. So we can help you all build the 100-mile regional spine that you can then figure out how to plug into and where it's appropriate into your cities.
Thank you. I guess my question is, have you all studied where those trails lead to? You mentioned we have opportunity in the Fulton industrial area. I mean, if you ride through some of our city, you see trails all through our city.
Yeah. Aren't you guys doing a trails plan right now with Carlos Perez? Yeah. So I would hope that answers that question.
Yeah.
I won't tell you how to do that, but I'm hoping you guys are figuring that out through your trails plan.
Right, and so we really catch it with some of the all-terrain vehicles, because but there are trails, natural trails all through our city, and so I just would like to see us come up with a plan to connect what we're doing here with those trails, and then also if there's some kind of study to tell us where all those trails lead to, and if there's a way at some point, like you said, you don't control all of it, that we are connected where we can go from municipality to, especially the ones that are in the South Fulton region, south of I-20.
Yeah.
And the other question is, I heard you said that the county also partnered with some of the trail. So have you all had conversations with Fulton County about partnering with some of the trail development that we are doing in some of the cities?
We have. So Fulton County, there's not a lot left of Fulton that they control, but the airport, of course, they control. And, the Fulton Executive Airport, or Charlie Brown Airport. I will say 7 years ago, I went to the county and said, hey, can we draw a line, right, behind a trail line behind the airport? And it was a hell no. And I talked to some elected officials, and they went with me to the airport, and I got that'd be a great idea. And then, of course, they published their own study for the airport about revitalizing the executive airport, and they have institutionalized the Greenway trails through there now. So they've been great to work with. We also talked about them Camp and Paddle Trail. They actually own Buzzard Roost. I wish y'all owned Buzzard Roost. It's a little island right off the coast, not the coast, right off the, in the water, right along your city. They really wanted to help us build Camp and Paddle Trail. They couldn't quite get it through legal. So we did some ecological restoration on Buzzard Roost, and you can camp on Buzzard Roost, but it was never formalized. I think if the city of South Fulton had owned Buzzard Roost, we could have figured it out a little bit easier. You guys have been great partners to work with. You're very supportive of the work that we're doing. You've got elected officials who are very supportive and the public who's supportive. County, I think their hands are sometimes tied and they want to be supportive and can't always figure out how. But.
Okay. Well, thank you. I don't think $5 million over a 5-year period for our trail system that will bring a wealth of economic development value in tourism to our city is really a lot of money over a 5-year period. So as we approach our budget, I would ask you, the city manager, that we keep this request into consideration because this is not going to do anything but steer economic development, and it's based on our master plan and the charrettes and the feedback. This is what residents want. They want more walking trails. We have a lot of narrow streets, so they want places they can ride their bikes. We have a huge biking community, and so I am too glad that we're looking at this, and this is what I'm used to, being a low country girl from Savannah. Thank you.
Madam City Manager, you have something to add?
Yes, so the point of bringing them here ahead of our budget process was to make the commitment, sign the MOU, and then add year one into our fiscal 26 budget. But I felt like it was important for you and the public to hear directly from TPL. We have been attending the meetings. The other thing you should know, we do have a trail master plan that's underway with Carlos Perez, and I am certain that all of these things will be connected and linked together when we get our ultimate plan. And hopefully in the future, we'll be able to fund that as well.
You will see the Riverland study has some trails working sort of to the right of the page, little gold lines. Those are what we call tributary trails. So the main stem, the 100-mile long one, and then the tributary trails. We suggested those 5 years ago, and I think the trails plan will at least consider those, right?
Councilwoman Gomes, did you have a question?
I did, and first, thank you for coming back, and it's good to see you all. I'm excited, just as my colleague said, it's just exciting, and I know it's going to change the region. My question was, after the MOU or MOI is signed, what's the next steps?
So we would start with the land acquisition that I've discussed, and the timeline for that is approximately a year and a half. We would start the first acquisition going through the Georgia Outdoor Stewardship Program, most likely. And that process it starts in October is when applications open. So TPL would go ahead and jump on the horse and try to get an application going with your staff and submit it in October. We would know by approximately February or March of 2026 whether that project was selected for funding. And then from there, the grant is finalized in approximately August of 2026. Once the grant is finalized, we can move through acquisition in 2 to 3 months. So we're looking at closing on the first purchase of land in October or November of 2026.
Okay. Do you all still do, in this process, any type of public engagement meetings, get people super excited about it? I mean, does that, die off? Because we want to keep educating people about it. I saw that you have like a sip-in something or, those type of events. But I think that would be a good way to get some of our residents truly engaged in this project and what's coming to the region.
Yeah, so I think public engagement is always an element of the work that we do, and we're happy to work with y'all and respond to your desires as, those needs come up. I guess I'll let Walt talk about some of the public events that we already attend.
Yeah. So usually during a land acquisition, there's not a lot of public engagement. It's usually like a lot of lawyers hammering out details. But of course, I'm eager to help you or watch you all design a park, and it can't be TPL's park.
Mm-hmm.
Once the land is acquired, it's not my park. It's not Trust for Public Lands Park. It's the city of South Fulton's park, and you can do with it as you will. We have some ideas about. Sometimes we help cities. We'll hire the consultants. We'll raise the funding to hire the consultants. We'll help the city and the consultants go through a design process. Sometimes the city just goes and kind of tells us what they've done, and sometimes the city asks us like, hey, T-Bell, can you just figure this out and make sure that we are all on the same page? So we can work any way you want, but like, we love in public engagement. We have a foundation of public engagement. We're not here for us, we're here for y'all, and it's not my park, it's your neighbor's park, and it's your citizens' park, and your elected officials' park. So we definitely need to figure out kind of what would Riverlands Regional Park be like, and maybe it's not called Riverlands Regional Park, maybe it's called something that makes more sense to you as a community, and it's a placeholder name. So we definitely, I don't draw a line on paper before I hear what the neighbors want.
I got
And
you.
then we help you kind of figure through your priorities and.
Yes, and I think our city manager was alluding to my next question and just making sure I heard this correctly. So there will be planning with our Parks Master Plan with Carlos in reference to this particular project. Okay, so they will be included in having conversations to help design it. Okay, all right, that concludes my questions. I hope to see you again soon. Thank you.
Thank you. We got all kind of consultants. We're all set for that. I'm going to make a note about something later. This is the last item on our agenda. We are a little behind for our 5 o'clock zoning hearing. I know that we've had a long work session. Can I trust you all if we adjourn, can we be back in 9 minutes to start this zoning hearing at 6 o'clock?
Yes.
All right, so with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn until 6.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, let's just take this vote by show of hands. Thank you.
Court, that motion approved. We are adjourned at 5:50 p.m.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead. Ooh, this mic is very hot. We're going to go ahead and get started with our 5 o'clock zoning and alcohol hearing. Thank you for bearing with us. We had so many exciting developments to go through and discuss. And we have quite a few cases, so we're going to try and get through these as expeditiously as possible. Mr. Clerk, would you please, I'm going to call this meeting to order, and would you please sound the roll?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of council. This is the roll call for the alcohol license zoning public hearing for July 8th. The Honorable Catherine F. Worrell, District 1.
Present.
The Honorable Carmelita Gums, District 2.
Here.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Present.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5. The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present. All right, please sound the first item.
Mr. Mayor, the first item is actually a public hearing for Community Development Block Grant FY 2025 Annual Action Plan. Ms. Anisha Nichols, Director, Grants Department, will be making the presentation.
Welcome to the city of South Fulton. No, hit that button.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. My name is Anisha Nicholas, Grants Director, and today I will be presenting on the Community Development Block Grant Program Year 2025 allocation. As part of the presentation, I'll give you a quick overview of the CDBG program. We'll go through some of the current activities, the status update of those, as well as the proposed use and the citizen participation timeline, which is ongoing as we speak. So for the Community Development Block Grant, the city has been a recipient of the funding since 2021. We receive an annual allocation based on a formula basis. The goal of the CDBG program is to provide a decent housing, suitable living environment, and better economic opportunities, specifically for low to moderate income persons. As we go through the presentation, one of the slides will provide you with a threshold for the income requirements. The income limits, as you see here, varies on the high end from extremely low to low income. So for instance, a family of 4, it cannot exceed $86,000 to benefit from the Community Development Block Grant Program. With that, working with GIS, we created a map to identify the areas that we're able to target with CDBG funding. So you'll see the areas shaded in red. Those are the areas primarily we can utilize CDBG funds for. That being said, the eligible uses, the slide before you includes eligible activities that we can fund with the CDBG program. What I can say is that to date, we've utilized funding to acquire property. We've purchased the Estes property, which will be utilized for public use. We're in conversations right now to identify development opportunities for that property. In addition to that, as we move on to the slide, we'll hone in on some of the current activities that we're funding, but rehabilitation, home ownership activities, economic development activities, all of those align with the city's strategic plan. So as of right now, we have over $1 million programmed for playground improvements at Creel Park, Burdette, as well as Old National Park. Actually, of the $1 million, we have $800,000 allocated for playground equipment at the parks that I just mentioned, and we have about $200,000 programmed for the senior home rehabilitation program. To date, we've been having planning meetings to ensure that we will be in compliance with CDBG requirements, and to ensure that we'll be maximizing the use of the CDBG funding to include developing policies and procedures. So meetings have been taking place with Parks, Director Turner, Director Dyson, the city manager, again, to ensure that the projects that we move forward with for the installation of the parks are based on public needs. We also completed the environmental review, which is a requirement of HUD. And right now, we're in conversations with Director Whitaker in the procurement to initiate the procurement phase, which we hope to conclude in August, and we can begin implementation at that point. So the city's fiscal year 25 allocation is about $535,000. The city is proposing to utilize that funding for the senior home rehabilitation program. Right now, with the $200,000 that we have allocated, we could support about 8 families. Adding the $535,000 to that funding will increase that by 22. So in total, we will be able to assist about 30 seniors within our community. The priority that it aligns it with is important because our community development activities must align with the city's 5-year consolidated plan. And the strategic priority with that is the affordable housing supply and support, which again ties to the city's most recently adopted strategic plan. So just to give you a quick background of the senior rehabilitation program, the eligible population per HUD guidelines is seniors 62 years and older. The eligible homes, owner occupied. The income criteria is the guidelines that we just recently went through. The maximum award right now, we're looking at $20,000, an additional $5,000 for project delivery fees. The city will be working directly as part of the procurement process. Once we procure, the vendor or the consultant who will be implementing the program, that vendor will work directly with the city's, more specifically the grants office, to ensure HUD compliance. The services that will be performed, and that's not all inclusive, roof repairs, HVAC, ADA, health and safety, which is a requirement of the community development block grant. Just to give you an overview of the citizen participation timeline, citizen participation is a requirement of the CDBG program. Right now, we're in our 30-day public comment period, which ends on July 22nd, which allows citizens the opportunity to provide inputs. First public hearing is this, where again, we're providing you with our proposed funding allocation to allow for your input as well. And the second public hearing, we hope to bring it before the council, it being the annual action plan on the 22nd for final review and adoption. And then we'll be submitting it to HUD by August 16th. And this concludes the presentation. If you have any questions.
Thank you. Well, first, we're going to go ahead, and this is a public hearing. That's part of our public participation. So we're going to go ahead and I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. Are there any speakers for or against, Mr. Clerk?
We did not receive any comment cards.
All right. Is there anyone here that would like to say a few words? All right. Seeing and hearing none, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to council for a question. I'm sorry, we do have one speaker coming forward, Ms. Jewel Johnson.
Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Jewel Johnson, and I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane in the city of South Fulton. The program, I think, is very good. One of the things that I want to remind us of is making sure that we are watching the guidelines for the logistics of getting our seniors and the rest of the community involved so that they would know and understand better. The young lady, Miss, is it Anesthesia? Anisha. She gave the dates and everything for the open comment sign. I think we really need to push hard to make sure that the public knows, especially our seniors, that this is available to them, because we are living in some very strange times now as it relates to what's happening around the United States. And it's a crime shame that even today that we have a food problem in the city of South Fulton. That should not be happening. We're the richest country in America, in the world. So why do we have a food problem in South Fulton? It is up to us, and I know we have plenty of people that are very dedicated and want us to be able to help each other. And this is one project I think we all need to get behind, including myself. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and turn it over to council for their questions and comments. Councilwoman Willis.
So only 22 seniors are going to benefit from this, and I say only 22 because in a city of 15,000 residents, 115,000 residents, a large portion of that are seniors. 22 seniors are not a lot, and so I would ask Ms. Supadan if you can reach out to the city manager over in East Point. I was over to East Point and they had a senior program that they highlighted, and it was amazing. I'm not sure, I know some of it is being funded through city funding, and I think some of it is being used, some of maybe CDBG funds, I'm not sure, but I just would like to ask you to look at that program, because it's an amazing program. And to have those seniors show up to the city council meeting and talk about how the success of it and how they appreciate the help, that city of East Point.
So was it for senior rehab?
It was specifically for seniors and senior rehab, yes.
So it was for rehab. So the reason we said 22 is because things are so expensive. We're estimating about 20,000 plus the program fees per unit. If we're fortunate and some come in lower, we may be able to do more.
Yeah, I don't know all the particulars of it, but I know it was very successful and they were able to help quite a few people. My question is, I see you put the criteria, but we're big on equity in the city. So are we going to, that 22, is it going to be divided by 7 districts, like a certain number of seniors per district? Because I don't want all of it to come from one area. We have seniors across the city that needs help. How are we going to select the 22 and be fair, equitable, and neutral in this process?
So generally with CDBG funding, again, based on equal opportunity and fair housing, is first come, first served, and first qualified. What we can do is ensure that we adequately promoting the program across all districts to ensure that everyone has the ability to submit the application. And then we can create a wait list, keeping in mind that the city receives an annual allocation of CDBG funds. We anticipate if we receive CDBG next year that we can increase the funding and assist even more individuals there.
So my question is, with it being CDBG funds, is it only the seniors that live in this type of census tract that can or is it everybody in the city?
So to answer your question, it will be citywide. However, the seniors that we are able to assist would have to be within that income threshold, and not just the senior, but the household income, to be more specific.
Okay, and last question, and we can take this offline. Ms. Supadan, is there any way that we can get the applications, but we make sure that we evenly distribute the resources based on first come, first serve? Like, for example, anybody in districts 1 that meet the criteria, we even if it's only 30 spots, we look at, okay, so many in District 1 that meet the criteria, so many in District 2 that meet the criteria, so many in District 3 that meet the criteria, so that we would not have, so we can make sure that it's equitable, it's even, but they still have to go through the process of first come, first serve. I'm just saying that we make sure that based on first come, first serve, that it's equally distributed across the city.
Yeah, we'll do our best to make sure it's.
Okay, thank you.
All right, I think we can discuss this, but I think this is a really important, all due respect, Councilman Willis, you've used the word equity a bunch of times. That's not what equity means. I understand, but I just want you to know that that is not the definition of equity. There's a difference between equity and equality. Equality means that each of the 7 districts get an equal amount. Whatever it is, you're equally dividing it up. Equity means the people with the greatest need get the most, right? And so one of the reasons that the CDBG funds go by census tracts is because the data of census tracts, which are much smaller than even council districts or zip codes, the census tracts tell us where the people with the greatest need are. And we can't spend outside of those census tracts. And those census tracts are not evenly divided amongst all 7 districts because that is not how poverty and need is spread out. So I want to make sure that that if we're going to talk about equity, that we are talking about equity and not equality. This isn't to divide it up so everybody can get some. This money is set aside so that the least of these, and our seniors that are in the most desperate and dire situations get it. I would argue that after we have all of the applications, whoever the 22 poorest people are, wheresoever they may be in the city of South Fulton, that those are the 22 people that we help, the 22 people that are at greatest risk of losing their home, the seniors who may be supporting children in their homes, because we have a lot of seniors now that are raising grandchildren and things like that. So I just want to make sure that the money goes to wherever the greatest need is, regardless of the district. We shouldn't politicize this by district. We should make sure that the people who need it the most get it first. Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you, Mayor, for acknowledging me. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is on page 10, when you talked about the citizen participation timeline, and you talked about the 30-day comment period, which on here says it started on June 23rd. I don't know if I missed it when you explained. Has something really happened?
So the 30-day comment period speaks to the annual action plan, which all of this is part of it. Within the annual action plan, we include our proposed use. So that information went out via newspaper. We posted it on the newspaper, informing that this is what the allocation, the proposed allocation is, and the 30-day public comment period to provide comments on it.
So this is more because I can honestly say I was not aware. And this information, it would have been really helpful for us to be able to share with our residents if we had known. But this is a legal requirement?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Okay. Thank you so much.
You're
I
welcome.
yield.
All right, Councilman Willis.
First, let me say that there's nothing political about being in a situation where you need assistance. There's also this misnomer that poverty only happens in a certain area of the city. We have poverty across this city. I can go in a pocket of every district and find poverty. And I know this because I don't recall you helping me during the onset of COVID when I went across the city to feed people during the COVID crisis for food distribution. So what was just stated was this was a citywide effort to help seniors. What was just stated that there's a criteria that has been met. My ask, and I will continue to ask, and I will continue to make it known, just like some of us did not know that this application was even out there. Based on criteria, she has a list of individuals that qualify for this program. What I am asking, and will not back down from asking and demanding, is that we look at the criteria, people who qualified. So if they qualify, that means they need assistance. And we break that down to make sure we are assisting people across the city in every district. So if we have people, if you have applications from across the city, that means that there's a need and people meet the criteria across the city. Please make it equitable and make sure everybody who meets this criteria is chosen across the city. I didn't choose the boundaries in the city. The state legislators created districts. If it was left up to me, we would have some at-large seats. But that's not the hand that was dealt to me. So we have 7 districts because that's what the charter says we have. So I'm asking, and the city manager says she will manage to help you manage the process and make sure that happens. If we have 30 spots, take 7 divided by 30 and make sure, based on the criteria of the applications you have of people who meet the need, that we are helping people in every district. And that's the only way we're going to make sure that we're helping people citywide. Again, I didn't make that. I didn't draw the boundary lines. I'm not a state legislator. House Bill 514 did this. So we must govern ourselves accordingly. And you just said this is a city program, citywide. People who meet the criteria citywide will be eligible. Please make it equitable across the city. If you have 30 spots, divide that evenly across the city so we can make sure that everybody is being helped. Thank you.
Whoever's next in the queue. Dr. Rao.
First of all, City Manager, I want to thank you because I think I've been begging for this for about 2 years. I've gotten so many calls from seniors who really can't afford to make repairs on their home. And then it was a conversation I think I had with the code director to talk about how many cases they have that stay out of compliance because they don't have the means to make the repairs. I know we're all getting emotional a little bit about this, but HUD guidelines are very strict. And as she said, fair housing is first come, first served. So I think what we can request is for them to be aggressive in making sure every council member gets the information when the program is officially launched so people can know how to apply. And this is a pilot, so if it goes well, you know, we could put some general fund money in it. I was just trying to get it started. So I think we all know, you know, people in our districts who have a need. And so I think we can all work together to make sure that we get this word out in the community. But as she mentioned, this is just public notice, just like we would do a public hearing. And we haven't launched this program. This is just to get feedback from the community about, are you okay with using this HUD funding for this purpose, this CDBG funding? So I want to thank y'all for the presentation. It is sorely needed in our city. I drive all across the city and we see plenty of people who could benefit. So it's a great start.
Councilwoman Gomes.
Oh, okay. Thank you for your presentation. Just a quick question. I'm seeing 2, I guess, slides in here. One is for playground improvements and then senior home rehabilitation. So the playground improvements, can you tell me about that?
Absolutely. So that's funding that we allocated with prior year programming, and the intent is to install program equipment that's ADA compliance that will benefit the community at Creel Park, Burdette, as well as Old National. Part of the planning meetings that have been had and we're continuously having involve the Parks Department, so that's Director Turner, and it also involves Director Dyson for the installation piece of it. So I hope that answers your question.
Okay, yeah, it did. So the senior home rehabilitation program, that's what we're currently talking about now, but you're asking for additional funds
Correct.
to use.
Mhm.
So that program the first one was 200,000.
So the current program funding, it hasn't been implemented yet, but that 200,000 could assist about 8 people.
So it was, so now the total of the entire program with this 534,000 plus the 200,000 is 734,000.
Correct.
And it's only going to benefit 22 people?
30, about 30. So
30 now because of the 8 before.
Correct.
Okay, granted. And I don't know if this question is actually appropriate because of this particular presentation, but how much money is there left in the CDBG fund?
$1,012,000.
$1,012,000. So, and again, I don't know if this is appropriate, but are we looking at other programs that we can possibly fund, such as, I know there's been a request for a lot of young mothers in reference to daycare assistance, that type of funding, or small business assistance. Are we looking at those type of things as well?
So there is a public service activities that are eligible under the program. It
That I
hasn't been.
did read under there that small business was under there as well.
So it is an eligible use of the funds. However, to date, funding hasn't been programmed for those activities.
Okay.
With CDBG funds specifically.
Okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. Okay. All right. Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, I just want to clarify a few things. My comments still stand. The city actually doesn't have one at-large representative. It's me. And as mayor, I've been all over the city doing all kinds of programs. I think that it's very interesting that people want to evenly divide these little pots of money. But if we're going to evenly divide, then we need to evenly divide everything. Madam City Manager, I think we got like a $60 million public works budget. Let's make sure that that's evenly divided across the city. We spent, what, $7 million on a pool in Welcome Mall Park in District 3? I don't know, did your district, Councilwoman Williams-Brown, did you get a $7 million spend for your parks? So if we're going to divide everything by 7, let's divide everything by 7, not these little $200,000, $300,000 things. Let's divide everything by 7. I'm cool with that. Thank you very much. Mr. Clerk, you can sound the next item.
Thank you.
That brings us to Roman numeral 4, alcohol license rezoning, variance, and modification cases for presentation and public hearing only. The first 3 cases are deferrals. Director McClendon?
Thank you, Mr. Adams. Reginald McClendon, Managing Director of the Business Friendly Community Development and Regulatory Affairs Department. I would like to, business friendly, if we could take cases A and C as a block, those are both going to be requesting deferrals to the August 12th, 2025 City Council public hearing.
So we're just going to sound these all together and
cases, I'm just asking for A and C to be sounded together and moved to the August 12th meeting.
all right. Would you go ahead and sound those, and then I'll entertain a motion? Go ahead.
Moves forward, there are cases as well that I want to have deferred. Can you just include those?
Are they going to be deferred to August the 12th?
Or August the 20th, which one we do? Never mind, I'll do it the week after that. Okay,
All right, let's do these August 12th cases.
okay, thank you.
Okay, letter A is KZ 25-015, application by Two Links LLC, care of Nia Boswell, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to R4A to develop a small residential subdivision of 5 single-family detached homes on 1.82 acres at 4880 Delano Road. This property is located in District 3. And letter C is KZ 25-016, an application by Nicole Hunter requesting a rezoning from AG1 in the Old National Overlay District to R2A to develop 6 single-family homes on 6.6 acres at 6765 Dagenhart Road. It's located in Council District 6. These two are requested for deferral to the August 12th zoning hearing.
I'll entertain a motion for deferral.
I move to defer case Z 25-015 with Two Links LLC, as well as case Z 25-016, application by Nicole Hunter to the August 12th, 2025 meeting.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Is everyone able to get in the queue? Can we take these in the queue just because we? All right. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
The deferral, I mean, you need to release, so I can get in. The deferral for the Two Links. I want to defer that until the second meeting in August, because they were supposed to have a community meeting yesterday with the community, and the development attorney did not show up. So the meeting was canceled.
Okay, so not to be argumentative, we're going to hear more deferrals. But are there any other cases that needed to be added to the August 12th deferrals? Because that's we're going to do the August 12th deferrals, and then we'll go to the next set. There are actually more deferrals on this calendar.
So I think I have the floor, and I don't think I'm not being argumentative. It's just that case was looped in to be deferred to August 12th, and I'm saying I don't want it deferred to August 12th. That's my point that I am making.
So
the date that I requested is for the second meeting in August, which will be August 20. If we meet every second and fourth Tuesday, that will be the 26th.
all right, so we don't get into a whole Robert's Rules thing. Can someone just withdraw their motion, and we'll make a motion to just take this one case? Are there any other cases for August the 12th? You're saying you have a case?
Thank you, Mayor. I yield.
Sir.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, so Managing Director, can you explain what is happening with Case B? Because it's listed just like the others, but we're not talking about that one.
Case B is requesting a withdrawal.
Overall, thank you.
Okay, so will the maker of the motion withdraw or amend their motion for just case A for August 12th?
Yes. I amend my motion to only defer case Z 25-05 to August 12th, 2025, and that's the application by Two Links LLC.
All right, we got a second for that?
It
All
should be
right.
August 26th, not August 12th. No, she had to withdraw her motion. Okay, thank you. All right.
All right, so can we vote on this in the queue? We might need a little technical assistance if there's someone from IT that could come.
I just voted in the queue.
That motion to defer
want to change your vote? Did you want to change your vote? Okay. All right, let's sound the next set of deferrals.
Case B, Mr. Clerk, is a request for a withdrawal. This is in Council District 4, case C25-009.
All right, I'll entertain a motion to withdraw.
Motion to withdraw. Z25-009.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Let's take this one in the queue.
Point of order.
The chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for a point of order. We're in a vote now. Can I?
Yes, that's fine. I'll wait.
Okay. All right, the chair recognizes Councilman Willis for a point of order.
Is it proper, what is the proper motion? I want to ask a question. I think we may have not done a motion properly because I asked for, 2 Links LLC to be deferred until August 26th. And it was not done.
Right, we were doing the August 12th, so now I will entertain a motion for August 26th deferrals.
Okay, thank you.
But it's still.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Her motion was to withdraw her previous motion, which is what we voted on. We haven't voted on the 26th deferral.
No, we voted on the 12th deferral. So now we're going to vote on the 26th deferral. Is that, let me confer with our parliamentarian.
It's my understanding that you all voted on the withdrawal. You made the request for that one to be made to the 26th, but there wasn't a motion officially made. And so and there hasn't been a second either. So she withdrew her motion to have both of them moved to the 12th. So at this time, you can make your motion to move Links to the 26th and have that seconded and voted upon.
But the 12th was good.
Because y'all voted yes for it to be the 12th. No, we voted on the wrong day. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's why I voted no.
I'll entertain whatever motion anyone wants to make with the advisement of our city attorney / parliamentarian.
If we can have Mr. Mayor, if we can just have the clerk read back what was voted on, just for everyone's clarity, I think that'd be helpful.
Go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Okay, there we go. So for letter A, which was case Z25-015, there was a amended motion, second motion to approve the item to deferral to the August 12th zoning public hearing, and that was approved, 6-1.
Well, I just tried to say it, but y'all.
Wait, so. All right, you know what? We're going to take each one of these individually. That's what we're going to do. So item A, I will entertain a motion for item A on the agenda, Z25015.
I gotta withdraw my motion.
We have to move to reconsider.
Reconsider.
Okay, knock it out.
Mr. Mayor, move to reconsider the vote on Z25-015.
All right, let's take this vote to reconsider by show of hands. All right, I'll entertain a new motion for item A.
I move that we defer case Z25015, an application for 2 Links LLC to August 26, 2025.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, I'll take this vote by show of hands. All right. Do we need to redo item B?
No.
Okay. Item C. Do we need to entertain a motion for item C?
Yes, yeah, that's where we're at now. Case Z 25-016, application by Nicole Hunter, requesting rezoning from AG1 to R2A to develop 6 single-family homes on 6.6 acres at 6765 Dagenhart Road. The property is located in Council District 6. It's my understanding, per Director McClendon, this is deferral to August 12th.
The chair will entertain a motion. Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
I move to defer case Z 25-016 to August 12th.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously to defer to August 12th.
All right, please sound the next item.
Mr. Clerk, if I'm not mistaken, I believe Councilmember Gomes has some additional deferrals.
Yes, I would like to defer case Z 24-012/CV 24-002, as well as case Z 25-017, and they are both with the same company. So I would like to have those deferred to the August 26th zoning public hearing.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound. All right, please sound the next item.
Oh.
Mr. Mayor, you ready to move forward?
Yes, please sound the next item.
So next item is item F, which is case Z 25-007, application by Beverly J. Searles Foundation, care of 5 Point Development, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to C2 to operate a restaurant at 0 Camilton Fairburn Road. This property is located in City Council District 3. Staff recommendation, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation, approval conditional.
The chair will entertain a motion.
It's a public hearing, sir.
Oh, all right. I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Are there any speakers for or against?
They received a speaker card from Cassius Coleman, which I believe is an applicant. Yes, that's correct.
All right. All right, you have 10 minutes. Please start by stating your name and address. You don't have to use the entire 10 minutes. You may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for rebuttal if there are speakers in opposition. Your time starts now.
My name is Cassius Coleman, 510 Stone Glen Chase, South Fulton, Georgia, 30331. This particular parcel, which is located at Highway 92 and Hall Road, I'm sorry, a little closer. Thank you.
You can pick it up if you need to.
Thank you. We actually own all the parcels that are adjacent to this particular parcel that's located in the city of South Fulton, but everything around it is in Union City. The biggest issue here is there's a proposed roundabout that should take place in the next 3 years. However, we're trying to zone this property for 2 reasons right now. First, to adhere to what GDOT is asking us to do, is get everything zoned, then come back to them to make sure whatever their plans are not conflicting with our plans. The second reason is everything else around it is already zoned. This is the last parcel that's actually AG1. Everything else around it is C2. We have a potential buyer for the property, and that's Panda Express. We're already in design, way down the road. We do have variances coming behind this once, if this is approved, obviously, to mitigate some of the issues from the loss of land. That's it.
All right, thank you. Mr. Clerk, there are no speakers in opposition? All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing and go to council comments and questions, beginning, as is always our process, with the district representative, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you, Mr. Butts. Coleman, I'm sorry. I do know a Cassius Butts.
So do I.
Yeah. But thank you, Mr. Coleman. That's what threw me off, Cassius. For choosing us to do business in the city of South Fulton. I am excited about this, along with the other development that's coming, which is a bank. I know that Pan Express would do very well with the city that's coming around it. And so I'm looking forward.
Thank you.
All right. We will be voting on this at the July 22nd meeting. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
That brings us to letter G, case Z 25-013, application by Battle Law requesting a rezoning from HG1 to NUP to develop 37 single-family detached homes on 8.30 acres at 0 Allen Drive. It's located in Council District 5. Staff recommendation, approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation, denial. Staff.
All right, go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at Northlake, Tucker, Georgia, 30084. We are here presenting on 0 Allen Drive, as already announced. The property is located as indicated off of Feldwood and Allen Drive. We also have access, I think it's to Morning. I can't see that far. Sorry. We also have access to Springside Lane as well. Thank you. The site is 8.30 acres. It is currently zoned AG1 and has a land use designation of Suburban 2. When we initially started this project, we were looking at 56 townhome units. And last year, when we brought the application, there was a number of opportunities for us to speak with the community, and we were told very clearly that the townhome community was not acceptable and that they wanted to see a single-family detached product. So we went through the process of withdrawing the application that we had previously presented and brought forth the application that you see today. The density at that time was 6.75 units per acre. We are now down to actually 33 units per acre. When we originally submitted the application, we did have 37 units. However, in order to meet some of the requirements, including the 100-foot buffer up against the adjacent jurisdiction, as well as the 40-foot setback around the perimeter of the site, we lost some additional units. So we are actually down to 33 units at a density of 3.97 units per acre. We are seeking to rezone to NUP, with our average lot size being a little over 7,000 square feet, our smallest lot size being roughly 4,200 square feet, and the largest lot size being 14,786. A couple of other points. This does have one point of entry off of what is the intersection at Morning Creek and Spring. Oh my goodness, I can just not remember that name. I'm getting old. Springside Lane. Excuse my memory today. I'm a little tired. And so we do only have one point of entry into this particular project. When we had our initial meeting with the community, there was some opposition with regards to access, quite honestly, from all points, whether it was Allen Drive, whether it was Fellwood, wherever we were trying to come in, there was an issue with it. However, with the reduction in the number of units, we feel like wherever we come in from is a reasonable access point for only the 33 units that we are proposing, and that we are, again, significantly below the density that is currently allowed under the land use plan. This particular builder is very much into modern home style design, so these are some of the designs that have been proposed. There will be all 2-car garages that will be located on the properties, and the unit sizes will be in excess, I believe, of 1,800 square feet on the site from 1,600 to 1,800 square feet. The homes will start in the mid-3s, and again, they will all have 2-car garages. And if you all have any questions, we are here and available to answer, and I will save any other time I have for rebuttal. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open the public hearing. Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers for or against? Well, we just heard from the applicant, but.
Yes. Yeah, so she was speaking in support of the application. There were 2 comment cards submitted in opposition. Aisha Haynes Balazaire and then Kali Signan.
All right, and before you begin, just know that you have 10 minutes together. So you may want to reserve some of the balance of your time for the speakers coming behind you.
Okay. Hello? Hi.
And I'm sorry, also please start by stating your name and address.
Hello, my name is Aisha Haynes Belazaire, and I live at 3850 Springside Lane in the city of South Fulton, and this development is right at the corner of the front of my house, right at the corner of my house. I'm on a corner house, so right at the corner of the house. And we have been in opposition of this project since we first heard about it. Originally, yes, they did take the number down and they did change it from townhomes, but we love our community. I've been there since 1999. I moved into that house when I was 5 months pregnant with my son. He's 25 now and serving us in our military. And my mother, who's going to speak, she has been there 29 years over the property that is adjacent, that is agricultural. And my mother actually has a nature preserve there, and also she grows trees and plants, and we have a lot of investment in that community. Also, I would like to say that there's concerns that over the time that I've lived there, there's been a lot of development. The housing subdivision Riggins Ridge, which added, I think it's like almost 300, it's like 280-something houses. And then also Fellwood Elementary was built on Fellwood Road, and also Banneker High School was already there. So we also always have a lot of backup traffic. That is an issue. Also an issue, the train stopping at Roosevelt Highway and Fellwood Road. That is an issue. And a lot of times we have to go out of our way just to get out of the community. We do not want to change and have more housing. We feel like we've already been overcome in that area. And also in our community, we have a lot of elderly people who walk down the street. This would be right in front of my house. And I know they said that there was opposition on the other road, but after those neighbors that found out it wasn't coming down their road, they didn't have opposition anymore. I had opposition for everybody, but the issue is it would be right in front of my house. It would be very noisy. It would be spilling one subdivision into another subdivision, and then they would still have to take a couple turns to get out of the subdivision. And we have a lot of kids walking around. We don't have sidewalks. It's an older community. So I'm very concerned about the traffic. And I talked about the train that parks at Roosevelt Highway and Fellwood Road that we all have to try to get around. There's an issue with emergency vehicles getting there on time. Actually, at my mother's in 2012, there was a fire. And this is what really concerned me about being a good neighbor. In our last zoning meeting, and it came up at the end, where we mentioned the one-way in and the one-way out for this proposed subdivision, and that it was actually a fire hazard because my mother's property is right next to that. And where there was a fire out there in 2012, and one of the cabins on my mother's property burnt down because the fire department could not get the access in time. And when I spoke that, and this is what we hear a lot from the developer side, is that, what was the exact words? They're not required. And I was like, being a good neighbor, if you're not required to figure out if that's a fire trap or not, I don't want you by me, because that means you're not really concerned about a whole bunch of other stuff. And so, I just want to say that, we don't want it. We don't want it. We don't want to change from AG1. We want to remain AG1. And also, we said if it's something that has to be, we don't want more than 16 houses. Most of the houses in our community have anywhere from a half an acre lot, some a little bit more. On the Allen Side Drive, they have acreage. My mother has 6 acreage. My house is a half acre lot on the corner, and a lot of the other houses are a quarter acre lot. So, okay, thank you. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay. Thank you.
That's my daughter, and she has spoken a lot on my behalf, but I want to speak for myself. First of all, thank you all so very much for allowing us to actually say what we need to say about all of our neighbors. I'm not here just because of myself. I am here for the neighborhood. The neighborhood has good people. We are good citizens. We work, we play, we take care of our children. We love the environment. I particularly am a naturalist. I'm a conservationist. I am a farmer. And that has been my life, my entire life. I don't want a whole bunch of houses adjacent to this spot that has been a place for people to come to study the environment. My husband, who is now deceased, he had nature walks. He introduced the people to the land, to know all of the species. Even he actually codified all of the species on our particular property. Over 500 species on that property. It means that it is undisturbed, okay? We don't need a whole bunch of people coming there and just destroying the environment. And I lost a house on that property in 2013 because the access is not there. There is only that dirt road, which the city does not take care of, that accesses my property, okay? We had sweat lodges there, nature walks. We taught so many people and children about nature. I certainly hope that all of you here are looking forward to AI taking over and eliminating all of the humans whom we are. We are all human. We are 100% human. Now, there are some species that are around us that are not 100% human, but all of us that I see up here, we are. And we do not want this crowded position. We do not. It's dangerous. It's a hazard. It's a hazard to life. Now, my daughter did say that we can tolerate maybe 16 houses. I think the neighborhood could actually do that. But anymore, no. There's always a horrible traffic concern there. You know, the train, we've been calling CXS since I moved there 29 years ago. They just park their train there and leave it for hours. And Felwood Road it's 2 miles long between Roosevelt Highway and Flat Shoals. We can't get out. If there is an emergency, which I've already experienced myself, personally, lost a house that we called George Washington Carver Center. We had people there coming to lectures to learn about mostly medicinal plants. That's what I do. That's what I've done. That is what is the future for humans, not AI. And I do want to make sure that all of the humans who are sitting here, that I see, understand what the future could be if we are brave enough to defy greed. And I say it's greed because when you want to put people there and you don't care that they may be safe or not, then it's straight up greed. And I oppose it. And I hope that the humans that are here that I see also understand what I'm talking about. And I thank you so very much. Oh, thanks.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and close the public hearing. Before I go to council questions and comments, you will see that we've added a little innovation to this agenda where you can see the vote of the Planning Commission. And in the packet, somewhere should be the reasons for their vote, but I don't see that, Mr. McClendon.
If you look in the staff reports, at the end of each staff report, there is the minutes from the Planning Commission is appended to that.
Okay, thank you. All right, and now I'm going to go ahead and turn it over, as always is our custom, with the district representative.
Rebuttal.
Oh, we do have a rebuttal. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Ms. Battle.
There are a couple of things. We certainly appreciate those who have lived in the community for so long, and I know that change is challenging with regards to this particular site. The landowner certainly has a right to sell this land. The property is zoned to AG1. It is not consistent with the current comprehensive land use plan, and it is one pocket of AG1 that's kind of left in this entire area. What we know, and really kind of based on what has already been stated, is that if you came off of Allen Drive, there's only one way in and one way out from that area. And so when we looked at which location to take access from, it made more sense to do it on the side that we're on Springside Lane, Spring Lane, so that there are actually multiple ways to get up into the subdivision, whether it's through Benchmark, Pebblebrook, or Morning Circle, I think it's called, Morning Circle Drive, I think it's called. All of those will allow access into the community so that if one point of entrance is blocked, there are multiple points of entrance to get through. Really kind of proves the point. We're not, there is one point going into the subdivision in terms of coming off of that one street, but there are multiple ways to get to that one point. Whereas if we put it on the Allen Drive side, there's only one way in and one way out. And so that is one of the things that we do feel allows for better safety with regards to this side of the project by having that entrance point in that particular location. There is no mandatory requirement for more than one entrance for 33 homes. Your fire and safety department has not indicated any need for any additional access point. So with that, we just wanted to make sure that that was clear as to why we picked that as the one point of entry into the community. All of those homes will not be leaving in the morning at the same time and coming home at the same time. They will be dispersing over a period of time. We certainly hope that there will be a range of different folks who will live in that community and will also contribute and be a positive source within those spaces. So with that, again, we would respectfully request approval of the application. Thank you.
All right. Now I'm going to close the public hearing and go, as always, is our practice, to the district representatives to start off our questions and comments. Councilwoman Bell.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to thank my District 5 residents for coming and speaking out regarding your concerns, specifically my Dukes and daughter. Thank you all for coming out because Your voices are what I need to hear because I am the voice of the people. Attorney Battle, I also want to thank you for clarifying that because one of my questions was going to be in regards to the access points. Yes, I know that you made some changes to the initial proposal, but that was the question that I had as far as access points. I know you and I mentioned, I believe, one at Allen Drive, but can you tell me the additional streets that will be utilized for access point for this particular development?
So when you're coming off the site, and I'm not sure if I can show it on here. Oops. Might be.
And then I'll ask my other question while you're getting to the slide. I know this proposed development is slated to have 2-car garages, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
So the renderings that we're seeing are just,
Yes,
okay.
yes, they will
Great,
all
thank
have
you.
2-car garages. It's a little hard to see because the PowerPoint doesn't go down far enough, so I apologize for that. But if you come off of if you can see on the north side of the property that when you're looking at Feldwood Road, Feldwood Place goes into the area that's zoned AG1. And there's Allen Drive that runs off of it and Feldwood Place. Both of those go in towards where the property would be. But as you can see, if that was the sole point of entrance, then that means there's only one way to get in and out onto Feldwood to allow access to the other parts of the city. Whereas if you come in, which is what we are proposing on the south side at Springside Lane, you can get out through Morning Creek Drive. You can get out through a little bit further down is I think it's called Benchmark. And then a little bit further down is Pebble Beach. All of those connect into the 2 additional subdivisions. So it looks like those subdivisions came over a period of time and they all linked into each other. So you can weave your way through to get all the way up to Springside Lane to get into the community that we are proposing. Whereas if you were on the other side, you'd only have one way to get there. But you have 3 ways to get in and get out. And so that is why we think that that side is the best side to have the access point onto.
Mayor, no further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
No other speakers in the queue. Please sound the next item, Mr. Clerk.
That brings us to letter H, KZ 24-026 and CV 24-010. An application by KMT Partners LLC, care of Greg Bowler, care of Morris Manning Martin LLP, requesting a rezoning from AG1 to M1 on an assemblage of parcels at 55-5 Spence Road, 0 Senoia Road, 0 Irwin Road, 0 Spence Road, 0 Fayetteville Road, to develop 1.8 million square feet spread over 3 buildings for light industrial uses. The applicant has also requested a concurrent variance from section 405.01 to reduce the rear buffer from 100 feet to 50 feet. This property is located in Council District 7. Staff recommendations approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendations denial. Staff. Mr. Mayor, you have to open up the.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and open up the public hearing. I think you know how it goes, 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, or good afternoon. My name is Henry Bailey at 3630 Peachtree, Suite 550, Clark Hill, PLC. Representing here the applicant KMT Partners. We'll jump right into it. Thank you. So the development team consists of myself as counsel, zoning counsel, Gregory Bowler, who is the founding and managing partner of KMT Partners, and then Antonio Sample, the civil engineer. Just to sort of summarize the zoning application, the request is for the property located at Old Senoia Road, Spence Road, Fayetteville Road, and Interstate I-85 South, We're talking about acreage of roughly 188.71 acres located in District 7. And the existing zoning is AG1, and we're proposing to rezone this property to light industrial. And that's light industrial for logistics and manufacturing type uses, not the types of uses that you would find consistent in a heavy industrial zoning district that may be noxious or other things that may create a nuisance in the area from the use standpoint itself. From a facility standpoint, we're talking about 3 buildings totaling roughly 1.6 million square feet. And this is down from what we originally submitted, which was closer to 1.9 million square feet. To discuss the timeline a bit, we submitted this application back in October of 2024, and you may be wondering, well, why does it take us so long to get to this point now? Well, that's because the scope and scale of this development requires a development of regional impact analysis, which was completed back in April of 2025. We also did a public participation meeting in May of 2025, and as a part of that public participation process, as you all are familiar, the city requires you to send out notices to every resident with a 1-mile radius. That would have totaled of roughly 1,000 or so addresses. Instead of doing it that way, we took the initiative and expanded that out to send out mailers to roughly 4,200 people over and above what's required from a radius standpoint. And of the 4,200 mailers that went out, we had roughly 56 attendees show up to both the meeting in person and online with the Zoom. We went to Planning Commission in June of 2025 where they recommended denial, and now we're here today at the zoning hearing, hoping to garner your support. So let's just talk about the benefits of this project a bit. We're talking about a capital investment of roughly $150 million, job creation between 1,000 and 2,000 jobs, with salary ranges between $30,000 a year and $85,000 a year, split between blue-collar and white-collar jobs. Tax revenue is an increase of 30, up to $1.4 million annually. With respect to the utility demand and how that compares to other properties considerably like residential, that utility demand would be low relative to other types of uses on a site of this size and scale. So one of the biggest things that we've heard as a part of the public participation process throughout the DRI are the traffic concerns and traffic improvements that are needed in the area. And as a part of what we're doing through the DRI, there are going to be traffic improvements, infrastructure improvements as a part of our project that are also lumped into the larger Interstate 85 interchange there at State Route 74, which is roughly an $81 million project with an expected completion date of 2027. And so some of the things that you'll see here are sidewalks, a new MARTA bus stop off Sonoya Road, all of which would be subjected to GDOT approval with, again, a 2027 completion date, expected completion date. So as another part of the DRI process is examining the environmental aspects of the site. While that's a part of it, it's not the whole thing, but as a part of our response to the environmental conditions on the site, we reduced the size of the building, as I mentioned earlier, from roughly 1.9 million square feet down to 1.6 million square feet, which is roughly around 274,000 square feet of space that we reduced it, just to make sure that we mitigated any impacts to green space and streams. And as a point of note is that this site is downstream from the residential that's located in the city of Fairburn. And from a proximity standpoint, the nearest residential property from the nearest facility on this site is over 300 yards away. And because the site is located off of Interstate 85 in an already established industrial corridor with the future land use map that's also industrial, the market data and the demand tells us that this site is the highest and best use is industrial in the way that we have proposed it. So why industrial in this area? Just to kind of dive into that a little bit more, the city of Atlanta generally has a very high demand for industrial properties, top 5 industrial market across the country. And so the area south of Interstate 85 in this submarket accounts for roughly 20% of the Atlanta market inventory, while a third of the quarterly market absorption is even lower. So the vacancy rate on the south side of Atlanta in the existing industrial spaces, the existing warehouse spaces, is extremely low. So what that means is demand for additional industrial space in an area that's already in high demand is even further increased. So the types of jobs that will come as a result of a development like this help populate and make a case for the development of additional workforce housing in the city of South Fulton, which we know is a need in the city of South Fulton. So these jobs with these salaries will be able to support and live in these houses that will add the rooftops and that will add the disposable income that will then allow for additional types of development, i.e. retail and other commercial uses to come along down the line. So just to kind of give you a bit of a context of where we're talking about, again, it's the State Route 74 and Interstate I-85 with industrial immediately across the interstate to the south. The existing zoning in the city of South Fulton, just as a reminder, is AG1. And here is the two stars on the site represent our site in the city of South Fulton. And all the zoning you see around it is the city of Fairburn. What you can see is commercial, some residential to the north, and industrial, heavy industrial to the south across Interstate 85. The current site conditions look like this, which is at State Route 74 and Old Sonoya Road. And again, just to kind of dive into what the GDOT project looks like, they're completely redoing the intersection there to help alleviate the existing traffic concerns and to account for the future traffic concerns, again, with the demand for additional development, both industrial and otherwise, in this area. So that means they're going to add signalized turn lanes at the ends of the 85 and State Route 74 exit ramp. The State Route 74 overpass will be connected and widened for turn lanes to add more queuing, and then a widening of 1.4 miles of State Route 74 between City Lake Road and Million Road with a concrete center median, sidewalks, and bike lanes. Again, that construction cost is $81.1 million. The construction started back in 2024, December of 2024, with the estimated completion in fall of 2027. So this is the site plan that was originally submitted, the DRI site plan, roughly 1.9 million square feet. And here's where we are today. We reduced this footprint down by 274 square feet, 274,000 square feet, excuse me, to mitigate those environmental impacts. And just to recount this, the nearest residential property to the nearest point of the property from one of the facilities is 300 yards away. And what we're going to do as a part of this is pave Old Sonoya Road with turn lane off Sonoya Road and add turn lanes on Spence Road. There will be no truck access onto Fayetteville Road, and we'll be developing a Class A quality and institutional grade property with institutional grade property management and landscaping. And so here's what it could look like from one of the renderings that we have as it relates to this particular building and this site. And there's examples of additional buildings of a similar kind in other jurisdictions in the Southeast and in the city of Philadelphia. So to summarize this all up in a bow, we're talking about $150 million capital investment, anywhere between 1,000 and 2,000 jobs, with net profitable tax increase to roughly $1.4 million a year, traffic improvements over and above what GDOT is already doing, and the reduced DRI footprint to mitigate impacts to nearby green space and streams, with minimum residential proximity, again, 300 yards away from the building and the nearest residential property with significant vegetative buffering between, and it's compatible with the industrial types of uses already existing in the area and all along the I-85 corridor. And so with that, we'll take any questions after we hear from anybody else that needs to speak on the case. Thank you.
All right, you have 1 minute and 10 seconds left on the clock for rebuttal. Do we have any speakers in opposition, Mr. Clerk?
Yes, sir. We have 7 speakers in opposition.
All right. So he's going to call your name. You all have 10 minutes to speak. That's about 1.5 minutes apiece. So just be cognizant you want to reserve some of the balance of your time for the speakers coming from behind. Please make sure to just state your name and address before you start. And Mr. Clerk, you can go ahead and call the first speakers.
Yes, the speakers who submitted speaker cards: Jewel Johnson, Alvin Reynolds, Shawanda Clark, Drew DeMann, Lee Walton, EJ Brody, I guess, and Yvonne Cole Boone. Should please come in that order.
You ready? Okay. Good afternoon again. I'm Jewel Johnson. I reside at 4660 Orkney Lane. This is a very controversial zoning here. And it's miles and miles away from me. But I've been asked to take a look at it because I have been doing zoning ever since I lived in Atlanta and Fulton County. And I want to address Councilwoman Pritchett because this is her district. And what I want to say about this is that when you look at it and you go through everything that is talking about on here, it looks like a warehouse to me, okay? If it's a warehouse, then that's what we need to say it is, okay? And I could be wrong, because I haven't been as into this as I have in the past. But I had people to ask my opinion. So what I'm going to say is that sometimes, even if the zoning matches what a person wants to do, we still have to listen to the people. So what I'm saying, what's more important is sometimes we have to deviate. And I feel that we should deviate from this, because take a look at what the recommendations are. Approval conditional. I didn't have all the conditions. And the Planning Commission is saying recommendation denial. And from the information that I have, I'm saying the same thing. Because we have got to back away sometime. We can't always be what the land use plan says and all the other things says. Because the people are important. And we have not been giving them the kind of respect that we should give them where they live, okay? So I'm asking you all to please deny it, okay?
Hello, I'm Shawana Clark, District 7, address 120 Montford Court. Going to be short and sweet. 188 acres, 4 football fields, a warehouse. We have nothing in District 7. What about 8 acres to go to a YMCA? Vote no.
Good evening, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia. I reside in District 7. Definitely opposed to decreasing the buffers. I think that in any project, you need to protect your buffers. And just hearing the presentation coming across when you talk about taxes and so forth and revenue sounded real good, but these are all perspectives, nothing concrete. And we don't know exactly what's going to occupy this facility. So again, we are opposed to this development. Thank you.
Good evening, Lee Walton, 43 Green Street, Fairburn. I'm speaking as a member of the community that would be impacted, also as a certified planner with 25 years of land use planning and zoning experience. In addition to unanimously recommending denial, the Planning Commission exceptionally did not approve the findings of fact as presented in the staff report, and I just wanted to call attention to that. This proposed development has been insufficiently assessed with regards to environmental, land use, community impacts, traffic, transportation impacts. In the DRI process, ARC found that this is not aligned with the regional plan. Bottom line, the proposed development will significantly impact adjacent nearby residences, negatively impact environmental resources. Truck traffic generated will impact adjacent large neighborhoods, including Renaissance at South Park, most notably. The proposal is not consistent with the 2021 comprehensive plan. Many goals and strategies disagree with this. I recognize that the land use plan was changed in a special process this spring. I question why that process proceeded at the exact same time the citywide comprehensive plan was considering land use citywide. I'm curious to know if the Sizemore team that's preparing the comprehensive plan had any input into this land use change. But regardless, I applaud the Planning Commission's consideration. I request that the City Council gives consistent consideration. And I do ask for clarification regarding the associated zoning variance request. It was not clarified here as it was at the Planning Commission that has been retracted. Thank you.
I'm Ernie Brooks, I live at 33 Cold Street, Fairburn, Georgia. I too am a naturalist. I'm here to speak on behalf of people, Homo sapiens, that are not here, future humans that would appreciate if you're a visionary and vote no to change change this property to 3 warehouses. This is pristine and a pristine property. I've walked the property. It's unbelievable. I'm speaking on behalf of microorganisms and the little creatures. Creation. We need to preserve this. And so we don't need another warehouse. Or they said they wanted 3 warehouses. They cut back the footage because of the stream that's on the property. They're talking about job creations, but they do not have an employer to occupy these warehouses. There's many a vacant warehouse right across the expressway on Oakley Industrial, on 29, and I passed several on Camp Creek coming here tonight. Vacant warehouses for sale or rent. Please vote no. Thank you.
Hi, Drew Deman, 4640 Gordon Street, South Fulton. I urge you to vote no to this. I live in the Fife community, which is about 2 miles down Spence Road, close to Oakley Industrial. And everyone I've talked to in my neighborhood opposes this. We don't want to see any more industrial development of any kind, light or heavy of any kind, anywhere near our community. You know, if you look at the map, you see the shrinking green space and the increasing number of warehouses and paved surfaces all around. You know, it's one thing to have dense residential that we're building. It's one thing to know that 74 is being built out and that GDOT has plans to, you know, widen the road. So there's clearly a lot of development that's going to happen there, and that's fine. But we do have to recognize that we're shrinking the green space in District 7. And once you open the door to more light industrial, you're opening the door to data centers. I don't want a data center. I don't want a data center. I don't want any more warehouses. What I want is trees. What I want is ecology. And so, you know, like the gentleman before me said, you know, think about the future. Let's think about the future. You know, chop down the last forest and then see where it gets you. So vote no to this. Thank you.
My name is Yvonne Colboon. I'm at 7312 Blue Jay Way, Oakley Township. Hi, Councilwoman Pritchett. Black children are almost 5 times more likely to be admitted to the hospital for asthma than white children. Black people and indigenous people have the highest current asthma rates compared to other ethnicities. Warehouses attract a large volume of diesel truck traffic, leading to increased emissions of pollutants like NO2, particulate matter, VOCs. The cumulative impacts of pollution in Black, brown, indigenous, poor, marginalized, voiceless people living near an industry is well documented as unsafe and intentionally designed to ignore their effects. We, the citizens of South Fulton, are not voiceless, and we need you to hear us and listen to us. We, the citizens of South Fulton, would also like you to consider climate change. The world is getting hotter, and we need infrastructure that will protect us. Data centers do not prepare us for the long-term shifts in temperature and weather patterns. Warehouses do not protect us. Parks, resilience hubs, affordable housing, community cohesion, food sovereignty, green top roofs, permeable pavements protect us. We must rise, or like you always say, rise. We will rise in the right direction. But remember, the temperature is rising as well. On a personal note, when I first moved to the city of South Fulton, I thought it was the most beautiful place in the world. The trees. I'd never been in a community that looked like that. And it reminded me of Eden. We all have our story of where the world begins. For me, it's Eden. And if you think about the description, may I continue?
Finish your sentence. And yes.
Okay. And if you think about the description of Eden, it's described as lush, fertile land, every tree that's pleasing to the eye, and food. And if you think about the symbolism of Eden, it also represents the loss that we have when we made the thoughtless decision that we did. So I vote no. I hope you vote no too.
Thank you. All right, you have about 2 minutes. We went a little over. You have about 2 minutes for your rebuttal.
I'm assuming you added a little extra time.
Yes, I did. You had 1 minute and 10 seconds. I just gave you.
For sure.
Another minute.
Thank you. I won't take all of that time. I just want to remind the council that this site is located in an industrial corridor now with a future land use map that calls for the future zoning to be industrial. And to the gentleman's point earlier, we do not need the variance for the buffer request that has remained on the agenda, has remained as a part of the actual application because it was advertised in that way. So we cannot remove it from the agenda in that way. And this has been the case in previous applications as well. But just to reiterate, we are not requesting a buffer variance to reduce the buffers. We fully intend to respect the buffers to the extent possible, keep them heavily vegetated to maintain whatever distances there are between the existing residential and the property we're proposing. And so I do want to speak to one simple thing. The city of Atlanta and the south side of the city of Atlanta in particular is extremely in high demand for all types of development projects, but particularly industrial. And those development projects are most suitable in areas where there's quick access. And right now, that access at Interstate 85 has not been quick and easy. But the improvements that we are going to make through the development of regional impact analysis, through those recommendations, and that the improvements that the state is making already to that interchange will make that access quicker and easier, not completely easy, but easier to alleviate some of the concerns that exist there today. So again, I remind you all that this site has a future land use map of industrial. We are not requesting any concurrent variance with respect to the buffer, and to the extent that the GDOT improvements, in addition to what we're doing on the site, make traffic concerns alleviated, we will do so. I look forward to your recommendation or your vote of approval. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. There was a lot of interest in this. We will be voting on this at our July 22nd meeting around this time. So we'll see you back here July 22nd. One more zoning case, Mr. Clerk. Oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. I do need to open it up. We're a little behind schedule. I'm going to open it up to questions and comments from council, beginning as always is our practice with the district representative, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for acknowledging me again. So I have a few questions for a few different people. Is Mr. McClendon still in the room, or someone from CDRA? So, Mr. McClendon, in reading this staff recommendations, it states that this is in conformity with the 2021 comp planned use designation for industrial zone character area. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So I also heard it said that the planning commission, did not agree with the findings of fact. So can you explain what that controversy means? I mean, they just basically rejected what the staff's recommendation is?
They did. I believe there was some commentary at the planning commission meeting about the staff report itself, and it seems that did influence the planning commissioners not to accept our findings of fact.
So the findings of fact basically is something that I'm paraphrasing from what I think I understand. Professionals, planners, people that are trained in this field of work do the analysis and they come up with a report. So a finding of fact would be a appropriate analysis of what has been submitted, taking in consideration all these different things, the planned land use designation, the area, all that stuff. So that recommendation is important, right, for our consideration as council?
I would agree with that.
So I've heard a resident also say, and I think it's a concern of residents, and someone called me this week or last week saying that their concern is that because it's not identified who the tenant will be, that somebody could just sneak a data center in there. So wouldn't it have to have zoning, a specific zoning, to be able to put a data center there?
It would. It would have to have a special use permit.
Okay. And so this area, Oakley Industrial, I know that people want to preserve green space and stuff like that, and I like to see trees and parks and good things for our community, for, our environment, but I'm not trying to dumb this down, but Oakley Industrial, explain what industrial area is comprised of. What would you find in an industrial area?
You would find, I don't want to use the word industrial.
Warehouses?
But you would find warehouses, you would find uses that typically are not being visited by your typical consumer on a daily basis. And so they would have heavier truck traffic. They would have more specialized vehicles that would be accessing those uses. And so we try to do our best to keep them separate from those uses that where people would go and do their daily shopping or their daily or the other daily things they need to do, go to school, go to the office. And they are also typically on corridors that can manage that type of traffic.
Thank you, Mr. McClendon. I do have a question for the attorney. So I like to state for the record so everyone understands that I live in this area too. I live in the Oakley Industrial Corridor. I'm not testifying, but I will say this. When I moved there, I knew where I was moving. Behind my house is Georgia Power. Don't come looking for me, but I live behind Georgia Power. Down the street is, I think, Nestle Purina plant. Sometimes I smell dog food or cat food, whatever they're doing there in the air. I see a billion trucks all the time. I'm across the street from Oakley Township, which in my personal professional opinion is probably a project that never really belonged there either. When we talk about developers, and people coming in to people that own land and sell land for different things, somebody sold a community to people like me to live in, but the truth of the matter is part of living in an industrial corridor is trucks, warehouses, industries, that kind of thing. So my question is, from the map that I looked at, this particular project is on the other side of Interstate 85, is that correct?
That is correct.
So even on the opposite side, if you cross over Highway 85, is that a business park on one side of Spence Road where it's also an industrial business park?
I believe that zoning is heavy industrial, so there's a number of industrial uses and other commercial type uses in that area. Yes, ma'am.
Now, with this project, you all also doing, I guess, land improvement? I heard in the public participation meeting that there's some, I'm still speaking. I'm still asking my question. I got you. Okay.
We're going to reserve the balance of your time, but a point of order has been made, so I do have to acknowledge the point of order. I would hope that we could wait for people to stop speaking to do these points of order so they aren't so interrupting, but the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis for your point of order.
This is a procedure question for the city attorney. I don't want us to get in anything procedurally that we're not supposed to do. Now, we gave each side equal time to speak, and now the applicant is allowed to respond to additional questions. And here we are again. And we all have taken zoning training. And this is not personal. I just want to be fair and make sure we're doing things right. We gave each side an opportunity to present their case. And now we have the applicant appear again because they were requested by the council member to answer questions that will further allow them to make a case for their zoning. Before we proceed any further, I just want you to legally opine, is this proper procedurally? If this applicant is allowed to speak and make a case for their zoning case, are we going to have to give equal amount of time to the opposition?
So based on what happened the last time, I actually went back to the person that trained you all from the Carvin Institute. And I will share with you what she shared with me, because the public hearing has been closed, and this is the opportunity for you all to ask questions of anyone that you would like to ask. Technically, that requirement of given balanced time is specifically reserved for the public hearing. And I do owe you all an apology because I made the wrong decision the last time, and that's why I went back and corrected myself. So to answer your question, the short answer is no. But as you all, as the council, you have an opportunity to ask anyone up here that you want to ask questions, including those who are in opposition.
Okay, and I'm just going to say, because I get to rule on this point of order, please let's not do that. We are actually already almost an hour behind schedule. We should be in our 7 p.m. regular meeting. We have some executive session items that we need to discuss. So if everyone could just please be, pithiness is a virtue. If we could keep our questions and our answers as succinct as possible to respect everyone's time. All right, you still have 29 seconds left if you need them.
And Mr. Mayor, with all due respect, I'd like to reclaim my time as anyone else has, and I will take it to the last moment. Now I got to remember what my question was. So, in a nutshell, because it's by the highway, you're doing some improvements with the road, and could you just talk about that real quick?
Yeah, sure. So as I stated earlier, because of the scope and scale of this project, we're required to go through a development of regional impact analysis that identifies certain infrastructure in the area and where there may need to be infrastructure improvements as a result of this project. And the result of this project, the DRI process said to us, as a recommendation to us, the applicant, that we needed to make some infrastructure improvements that we will be making as a part of in addition to the ongoing improvements that are being done by GDOT at the intersection.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Well, I will yield.
Is there, okay, Councilman Sebastian.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yesterday, we had a meeting with some citizens to discuss a development, and one of the citizens mentioned on that call that he doesn't use his deck anymore.
He doesn't use what? I'm sorry.
He does not use his deck anymore.
Okay.
And the reason why he doesn't use his deck anymore is because there was a warehouse put next to his community in another city. And when he goes and sits on his decks, all he hears are the trucks backing up and the noise. After that meeting, I actually stopped by another resident's home. And they said to me, "Council member, I want you to come in my house and go to my back porch." And this is something that's far away from, so I'm not talking about the two same way house, I'm talking about something different. And so I took the invitation and I went, and as I looked across the very nice manicured backyard, what am I looking at but a warehouse that was maybe outside in the lobby? And the trees that are there now has leaves, and so in the fall and winter time, it is even more visible. They also hear the noise of the trucks. Why am I saying this? I don't believe if someone does something to you that is unkind, you should turn around and do the same thing back. I do not believe in an eye for an eye. I am for us. I believe we need more development in our city. I know people should have the right to sell their land and monetize their property. I believe in that. And I also heard it mentioned about the 300 yards away from the closest residential area, but that's for the building. That's not for the trucks that may have to navigate along the property. And that may make noise and may cause noise pollution. So for my neighbors in the city of Fairburn that seem to have been surrounding this, I understand it's an industrial area, but there has to be something to transition from away from the industrial area to the residential. So for me, this one is very, very difficult because guess what? If I had my way, what is going on with some cities around us would not happen. And I would suggest, because this seems like a lot of land that's involved here. And if it's going to impact the citizens of Fairburn like it's impacting citizens of District 4, District 3, in the city of South Fulton and other areas, I feel very uncomfortable doing that. So this is also an area where we have hotels across the street. And this is a nice area. What about future hotel development for the area across the street? What about some nice parks right there where you have access to the highway and so on and so forth? So again, Highway 85 to me is a nice divider. That's just my opinion. And I would be very uncomfortable in bringing anything across Highway 85 that it's going to be industrial. So I don't know if you can speak to mitigating the noise for your project away from the other residents around, whether they are South Fulton or whether they are Fairburn. To me, it doesn't matter. As someone says, we're Homo sapiens, we're humans. So I don't want any human, regardless of city, to have to say, I can't use my property anymore. When I moved here, I didn't know a warehouse was going to come in my backyard.
Thank you for that, Councilman. This is Greg Bowler, founder, managing partner of KMT Partners at 1776 Peachtree Street. All right, let's get that going up. I just want to refer back to the zoning map for Fairburn. And you'll see as you drive a little bit further away from 85 on the other side, there's a ton of industrial zoning that's there, driving through the commercial. And so on the out parcel of this land, there is all commercial. Now, on the south side, the beautiful thing is that those hotels, which are great, I mean, we ended up having one of our community meetings there. Those end up coming around recently after the industrial was already there, creating the jobs. You also see the multifamily that has also happened. You've also seen the retail that has also happened. And so it spurs more of that. And so there is an opportunity, to your point, to spur other uses in front as far as out parcels for either retail or for hotels, and then also residential on the north side. And I do want to go back to this, because that's also important, because what you see is the hatched parcels that are there. That is also owned by the same seller. So there is one seller that owns all of this land. The 300 yards is a pretty good distance to the nearest residential. That person still controls the land that's in Fairburn, and our building on the south side, on Building 100, is also further from the residential. And so while I understand what you're saying, we're a pretty good distance.
Can you speak to us what you guys would do to mitigate the noise and the light pollution from the humans that live around here?
We are already 300 plus yards away from residential. You can't see it. I've driven that street. That street that's on the north side. You won't be able to see the warehouses that are there. But we are happy to add more trees to help with that. But 300 yards away is three football fields. It's not as similar as the situation that you ended up bringing up. So that was.
And we know how far the sound would travel, correct? We know. Okay. Thank you.
No problem.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Two quick questions. One for the developer, one for Mr. McClendon. These are yes or no questions. Mr. McClendon, we heard that not just the Planning Commission disagreed with the statement of facts, but that the Atlanta Regional Commission perhaps disagreed with this. Can you clear that up?
I don't think that's quite accurate. The Atlanta Regional
Okay.
Commission does their analysis prior to our analysis, and we base a lot of the things that we do off of their analysis, specifically the conditions that we ask to be attached to the property. They did say that the development was not in alignment with some of their regional plans. But if you read the DRI report, it says that it does not make any type of decision, or it does not speak to whether or not the development is or is not in the best interest of the local community. And so we don't typically base our recommendations off of a DRI report. We base our recommendations off of our comprehensive plan in what's in our zoning code. But we do take what they say into account as far as conditions go.
All right, thank you. And then for the developer, this warehouse is being built on spec?
That is correct until we get the zoning done. No user. I have strong users, and they're not data center. I just want to throw that out. We have strong users, but they will not commit if we don't have the zoning. And so there's going to be no definite answer on that.
Awesome. All right. And then, Madam City Manager, I would just make this suggestion. I know we're bringing in a new economic development director, but if we had a list of vacant warehouses or available warehouse space, so that we're making sure that we just market what we already have, in stock to people that might be looking for things. I want to make sure that we're not building things that we don't absolutely need. All right, we have one more zoning case. Mr. Clerk.
I'm in the queue.
Oh, Councilwoman Willis.
Thank you for recognizing me. Director McClendon. So the DRI that said that this development is not in alignment with the region, what does that mean?
They have, I think what it specifically said was, and a DRI report is a lot of information, so I don't want to try to recite it to you, but I believe it was about the preservation of green space, which is of course a regional goal for the entire 15 or 20 county MSA that the ARC operates in, and so I think that because it's a project of this size, that comment was about the green space.
So, and I know the future land use is what it is, but I do constantly get developers, well, let me say not developers, landowners to come in and say that these warehouse projects have made their land incompatible. We're dealing with one now in my district where the land has been made incompatible due to the warehouses that are around it. I am one of the ones that have been impacted by another city warehouse development. No buffer was given to me and the residents that live behind the Coke Sales Center. We hear truck traffic all throughout the night. There's a huge light that is in the back of our homes. Vegetation was taken out. We were there before that project was there, just like the residents in Fife was there before this project is coming, just like a lot of Fairville residents were there before, this project is is coming, and you know, one day a bulldozer came through, knocked out all of the vegetation, and we saw coyotes and deers walking down the street. And so I empathize with the residents and what they're going through and what they're facing. But the most disheartening thing to me to hear is that we have all this agricultural land, over 100 acres of it, and what we heard from residents is that they don't even have a grocery store, they don't even have a park and recreation facility in proximity of their homes for our youth to have parks and recreation. And I know that we have a future land use, but it's disheartening that we can't even, staff can't work with the developer to come up with some type of community benefit for the community to have some type of, to see if there's some type of, and I know we as elected officials can't do it, but some type of benefit to the community as it relates to park and recreation. And I think that's the heartburn that I'm hearing from a lot of the residents in that area. What are this is approval conditional. What is that? What's making this approval conditional?
We conditioned specifically this development on the recommendations that are in the DRI report. So I think that language is there, but the DRI report does give specific recommendations. I think they mentioned many of them in their presentation, and so those are the conditions. I believe that that's further conditioned on whether or not GDOT approves those improvements that they're being asked to do. But those are our conditions.
And can you tell me what those conditions are? What are the condition? What is conditional? Can you tell me that?
I'm not sure I 100% understand.
So if it was approval, it would be approval. But what is making the approval conditional? You said there were some recommendations. At this time, I want to hear from the city attorney, because if the developer comes back up, I'm going to ask the resident to come back, because I just think that's unfair to, you know, award time to the developer and not allow residents to speak. And so that's why I'm trying to keep it to you, Dr. McClendon. Miss Attorney McClendon, because I don't want to call residents back up here out of the respect for the chair and the rest of my colleagues. So I'm trying to keep it to you so that I can be fair. I want to be fair.
So I think to answer your question, the conditions, what makes it conditional is that we're asking that we're saying that they're not going to get a land disturbance permit to start this project if they're not showing that they are going to make all of the improvements that are recommended by the DRI report and approved by the Georgia Department of Transportation.
Okay. You didn't quite answer my question, but I'll take it offline out of respect, because I wanted the specifics, like what are they asking them to do?
Well, like I said, the DRI report is long. I can certainly read it to you.
No, that's okay. I wouldn't do that. Well, I do have 2 minutes, so I could ask him to read it, but out of the respect for everyone's time, I would not do that. I will request, if you don't have, if you can't give us high level what kind of the things they're asking them to do, and you don't know it, I'll take it offline.
I will just point out, we aren't voting on anything tonight, so we got 2 more weeks to discuss.
So, Mayor, I'll yield, because I don't want to prolong this, and we're already behind schedule, and we already have to have an executive session, so I'll yield. Thank you very much for allowing me to ask my questions.
Absolutely. All right, last item, Mr. Clerk.
Last item on tonight's agenda is letter I, KZ 25-018 and CV 25-001. It's an application by West Road 1 LLC, care of Battle Law, requesting the rezoning from AG1 in the Old National Overlay to NUP with the concurrent variance to grade and replant in the zoning buffers and improvement setback to develop 35 single-family detached homes at 0 West Road. This property is located in District 7. Staff recommendation approval conditional. Planning Commission recommendation was no recommendation. Votes to approve and deny each failed.
Okay, before we begin, I know there are lots of people here for proclamations. We were supposed to start our meeting at 7 o'clock. I do just want to note, for everyone on the dais here, making agendas is very difficult. It's one of the reasons that we started we pushed back our zoning hearings, supposed to start at 5. We need 2 hours for these hearings because we have lots of cases and lots of discussion. So, Madam City Manager and everyone up here, we really need to stick to having only 2 items on the work session because that's all we can do in an hour. Go ahead.
Michelle Battle with Battle Law, 3562 Habersham at North Lake, Tugger, Georgia, 30084. The proposed property is off of West Road. It is currently undeveloped. We are west of Old National, north of Jonesboro Road, and south of the Stone Ridge subdivision. The property is currently zoned AG1 and has a land use designation of Suburban 2. You can see the purple on the other side where that is the regional live work area where higher densities are anticipated, and it is the city's desire to make improvements along the Old National Corridor and have residential uses as well as commercial uses that support each other along that corridor. And we believe that this project is in alignment with that. The Suburban Land Use District 2 allows up to 8 units per acre. And what we are proposing on this site is actually 4.11. This is intended to be more of a cottage court type community. We've got stream buffers along the back edge of the property that takes up a fairly significant amount of land. What we are seeking to do is to have these cottage units that will be located more towards the front of the project. We've got the larger units along the perimeter with the smaller units on the interior. We believe that this allows for really supporting that missing middle product that the city has been seeking for development. In addition, we are asking for a variance along the eastern perimeter of the site to allow for grading, if needed, within that buffer in order to allow for the development to take fruition. Thank you. These are the types of homes we are looking to develop on the site. The builder is very committed to the project. We are looking at both 2-story and 1-story units, again, giving some options for those who would have an interest in living within this community. In terms of price points, we're looking at 1-story cottages with no garage or a garage option between 1,300 to 1,700 square feet. 2-story cottage homes at 1 to 2 car garage options as well. And you can see here, as you read down, that the prices range from $299,000 to roughly $450,000, depending upon the options and finishes that will be given. One of the things I did want to point out is that earlier this year, you all had your City of South Fulton Housing Assessment, which was conducted by the ARC. And part of that, you all talked about increasing supply and having a differentiation in the types of units that you would be bringing into the City of South Fulton. And we feel that our project is directly in alignment with that and bringing in and trying to serve that missing middle community. And we believe that this would be the type of community that would be very enticing to young professionals and others who are probably not kid-oriented or leaning with a lot of children. That is why this project, we think, is really kind of exciting for that part of the corridor as you're moving towards Old National. In terms of support for the project, we believe that unlike the current AG1, the rezoning request to NUP is consistent with the current land use plan. Again, It's allowing currently up to 8 units per acre. We're only at 4.11. There will be sidewalks installed along the frontage of this property along West Road. Currently, West Road has no sidewalks. We did hear from some of the residents how dangerous that is and how fast the traffic is coming down West Road. They indicated that they had tried to get some traffic calming over along that side and were unsuccessful. We're hopeful that projects like this may entice the county to do, or the city to do some type of either road diet or other things that could make that roadway safer, and to also help install sidewalks as we would be commencing sidewalks in an area that currently has none. We believe that this supports the objectives, again, set forth in the city's housing assessment report, including increasing the supply density and housing stock type, and that it also supports the redevelopment of Old National Highway by providing housing for that missing middle that will be within walking distance. This site is not quite a quarter of a mile from Old National, and so once more sidewalks get installed along that area, it could be a very walkable community that would be oriented towards the uses that hopefully will continue to come along that Old National Corridor Highway. And then one last thing, I did think that it was important to understand kind of the mix of the residences in here, particularly as we're moving more so towards the Old National side. Those items, those lots marked in pink are actually owned by investors along that corridor. The remainder are owner occupied. There is one area that you see along Jonesboro Road that's actually property that's owned by the city of South Fulton. But you get a sense that this community has quite a number of investors along this corridor, particularly as we are moving in towards Old National Highway, and that kind of gives a signal of transition happening along that corridor and something maybe grander in scale that eventually will occur along this kind of older agricultural-oriented area. With that, we would respectfully request approval of the application. I'll save any other time I have for rebuttal. Thank you.
And Mr. Clerk, do we have any speakers in opposition?
Yes, yes, sir. We have 3, Quintero Moore, Michael Venable, and Alvin Reynolds.
All right, you all each have 3 minutes and 33 seconds. If you divide it up equally, one of you will get 34 seconds to make the 10 minutes. But no, please be mindful, start by stating your name and address, and please reserve some of the balance of your time for the speakers behind you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Quintero Moore, and I live at 2514 West Road, directly across from this initiative. I lived at this property close to around 40 years. 40 years where I lived at this property, 2514 West Road. What you heard today presented by the attorney isn't true factual information pertaining to the investors that own some of the property over there. Although it may be investors, but there are investors that's renting or leasing out their homes to people that want to purchase homes or to people that want to live within our community. Based off of this design of having 35 single-family detached homes, it will significantly impact everybody on my street. Unfortunately, all the members couldn't be here, or all the residents that live on the West Road couldn't be here because we are a older road where we have more older and elderly individuals. So it's important to keep in mind that not only the impact that it's going to cause, the infrastructure isn't there to support this initiative. Every house that's on West Road, we have septic tanks. There's no central sewage that runs down West Road. So there's no plan for putting a central sewage that's going to come down West Road. Although you may hear in the polls that directly behind them there's another resident area where they built up, but directly behind it is also a lake. So it'd be extremely difficult to try to put a sewage line there. So they'll have to come down West Road, and think about the impact that it's going to have on the residents of us getting and coming to and from. Also, keep in mind that although the developer may put in sidewalks, there was a study done back in the 90s to understand why we can't have sidewalks, because West Road is at an angle. It goes down the road. So therefore, if you put in any type of drainage system, it will end up flooding the road for the residents that's below it, as as they've already done previously before in the past whenever we have heavy downflow. So that's one reason why we can't have sidewalks based off a study that was done back in the 1990s. This isn't the first developer that tried to come and build on this land. This land has been sold and purchased multiple times, and previously before, some other developers found out that, hey, it's granite underneath this land. So therefore, what's going to be the plan? Have they surveyed the land to truly know what's under the land? Because there's granite underneath, so what's the plan to remove the granite? Far as we know, there's only one way to remove granite, and that's through dynamite and explosion. And I yield the rest of my time.
It's Michael Venable, 5720 Montelli Circle. This case truly represents the flaws in our land use plan. So I'm actually happy that it came up. You notice that when we talk about things, for example, of getting density so we can get more things, that may be true. But the second part of it is that you've got to bring some coins and dollars. Well, look at it. You can have several high-rises of lower income housing like you do in the big cities. You don't see any economic development coming there. They've got the density, but you don't have the money. So let's bring this home to this case right now, since we're all big about looking at staff facts. Go to your handout for this case, page 6, go to the middle where it says NUP Planning District. Look at number 4. You will be developed at a density that is consistent with the comprehensive plan and surrounding properties. The same way you can't take density and think it's going to work without taking the wealth, you can't look at this land use plan without looking at the second part that says of surrounding properties. The lots beside those are 1 acre lots with single family homes. If this had been dead in the middle or the front or the back of the road, may have made some sense. You're directly in the middle of a street that is inconsistent with what you're trying to do. We're supposed to be talking about protecting this community. You're destroying it. I went back and looked when this city first started and looked at the land use plans. These things were not designated as suburban 2. Take a good look at it. Why would you designate suburban 2 of an area that's got 1 acre lots with 1 home? I don't know how that happened, but it did twice. And it occurred to me, some of these cases that came about, and I'm looking at it, and it's like, what are these people talking about? Went back to the beginning. Ms. Reed was the director, and in the beginning when all the plans were there, these maps did not look like that. And I show no evidence whatsoever that this council had a public hearing and made changes to turn them like that. This is killing us, regardless of all of that. You can just not take a community and destroy it like this. For example, your own home. Suppose a hurricane or flood or fire came back and took out the 2 houses beside you on the right. You're going to let somebody come in and put 8 different houses in that one unit right in the middle of your subdivision? This is not inconsistent with the land use plan. You cannot come back and say in number 4 that you're going to have something consistent and with the surrounding properties. It's in conflict with what we're trying to do. No one is truly looking at this land use rewrite properly and taking on all the nuances of it. And this is so disturbing and so discouraging that we're just trying to push these things through without thoroughly looking at what we're doing. You are killing this whole old national corridor by saying, okay, I'm going to blanketly say this whole area with no objections whatsoever is going to be sub 2, so that anytime anything comes available, we're going to put 8 units in there. This one needs to be denied. It is inconsistent with what this area looks like.
Again, Alvin Reynolds, 585 Kings Place, Riverdale, Georgia, 30296. I just want to run reference back to Council District Number 4 when he talked about how things were in the previous case that was up. When he talked about how things were, where he went to people's houses and he talked about listening to all these types of things. I want to run reference to something. You got all of you sitting there, right? Now take just this side of all of these people and plant them right in the middle of you guys. That's what you're gonna have with this project on West Road. Who's looking out for the seniors? Everybody up there talk about seniors. Love them, not going against them or anything. This is a senior area. You have at the end of West Road and Bethsaida, you already have a subdivision there. You're talking about placing a subdivision directly in the middle of West Road where our acre lots are, and you want to put cottages there? You're increasing the footprint of pedestrians and so forth, traffic and everything else on West Road. It doesn't make sense. You hear often that we don't like change. We don't like this kind of change. We for change, but change has to make sense at some point. When I bought my house for a reason. I bought my house for serenity. And now for somebody to just come up here and uproot that, and I'm supposed to be okay with it, doesn't make sense to me. I was there first. And now here comes someone that's saying, we're not gonna put acre lot housing because it's not financial stability for the developer. It comes down to money. That's all it comes down to. Put acre lot homes on those acres that you're building on and you'll be okay. Preserve that area, preserve the community. But we see too often that we're trying to just increase profits at others' expense. It doesn't make sense. This property doesn't fit right there. I don't care how you look at it. These people are on septic tanks. Yeah, you got sewer off of Old National. That's fine. But this, come on, people. Think about what they're doing here. We're suffering. We are suffering over here. And we're trying to preserve what little bit we got. We already got townhomes and everything else coming there. We don't need another development like this. Hey, put it somewhere else where it makes sense. Please deny. Thank you.
Okay, you do have a few minutes for rebuttal, Ms. Battle.
I'm going to there's so much there. I'll try and synthesize. The comprehensive plan is a vision of where and the direction that the city is going. That is something for you all to decide. As land use attorneys and developers that come into this space, we rely on the comprehensive plan. If you say that the comprehensive plan says you can have up to 8 units per acre, then people will look and say, well, this is an area where I want to be. In this particular instance, we are not even, we're just a little over half of what the comp plan actually provides for. The comp plan provides up to 8 units per acre. We didn't come in and ask to put townhomes or a small multifamily building. We came in, we asked to put cottage units that would allow for a diversity of product within this area. We're not in the middle of this community. When you look at the comprehensive plan, you can see that we're right on the edge, right a few lots over from the regional live-work area. And the units, with the exception of 3 units in there, all of those units are owned by an investor, with the exception of 3 units. So as we're moving on that side of the street down, you've only got 3 lots that are owner occupied. The rest, there's it looks like a subdivision. It's not there yet, but they subdivided those lots, but they haven't been built out. That comes off of that Lake Yang, I think it's called Lake Yang Street. It's not actually been developed, but the street is being shown, and they must have been able to get Lake Zhang Drive. They must have been able to get a subdivision plat for that. It just has not been built out. So those units don't have, those lots don't have any units on them. But what we know is that all of those units, with the exception of 3, are in fact owned by investors as they're moving towards the corridor, which is why I showed that picture. So we're not smack dab in the middle of all of the homes. If we were a little bit further down, maybe you would have that argument. What we know is that with the improvements that you all want to make along that Old National Corridor, there's got to be more density to support the types of uses and businesses that you really want along the corridor. You all want change along that corridor. And to me, some of that change can happen by allowing other residents, including those in the price points that we're looking at, that will be able to come in to the community and contribute in a positive way. And so, again, we would respectfully request approval of the application, and we're here to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
All right, we are now 90 minutes behind schedule. So I want to say things too, but I'm going to yield to, as is always our practice, the District Representative, Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you again, Mr. Mayor. I do have some questions for Attorney Battle. I appreciate the commentary from the resident that actually lives on the street, so I do want to ask about some of the issues he brought up.
Yes, ma'am.
He mentioned the issue about sewer and septic.
My client is planning on having sewer. It's my understanding that they are looking either to bring it from Old National, if they can find a way to do it through the neighborhood on the north side of the site. They will seek to obtain an easement from them, but otherwise they'll take the sewer from Old National.
And then he spoke about the drainage issues and flooding. I know at the top end of that street, there is significant flooding, but that's like is a whole like agricultural thing. Have you studied it or looked at?
His response with regards to that tonight was the first time I've heard that since 1990 that there had been some study or something that wouldn't allow for sidewalks or whatever to be built in that area. I was not aware of that, but that's something I certainly will take back to my client.
And the last thing is, in terms of amenities, I didn't see it in the report. What amenities you are looking to provide this community?
Because it is a small site, we don't have like pools or anything like that, but we do have a dog park. We've got walking trails. We've got a gazebo area at the at the north end of the project, and then again walking trails that will be throughout. There will be sidewalks throughout as well.
Walking trails, a dog park.
And gazebo and kind of a fire pit area.
Okay. That's it, I yield.
Thank you.
All right, is there anyone else in the queue? Councilwoman Gomes.
This question is for Attorney Battle. With the homes that are currently there, do you all know, I guess, which homes are all investors, as like the young man had mentioned?
What I did was I went through the Fulton County Tax Assessor's website to look at which ones were owned by companies and also which ones were owned by individuals who did not live in the home, that appeared not to live in the home. So all those are the ones that are in pink, that don't live And our 24 of them are investor, except for the one large lot that has frontage on Jonesboro, which is owned by the city of South Fulton. There's 24 of those properties, and then there's 26 owner occupied.
26 owner occupied.
Yes, ma'am.
And the price point for these homes are?
Between 300 to 350, to 450.
Okay.
Depending upon the size and the interior designs build out.
Now, I don't know how all of this works, but your client, and who's the developer?
They're called Sherry Ann Homes.
Sherry Ann Homes,
Yes.
okay, because I was
It's a
Googling and I couldn't find it.
It's an African-American builder.
Okay. At 300,000, and with that many homes owner occupied, I don't know, like the marketing or the sellability of those new subdivision, have that been considered?
I would have to ask them. I really don't have that answer. I kind of count on my clients to know their business and to make sure that when they come in, they can do what they say they're going to do. That's certainly my expectation.
Okay. All right, I think you answered my questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, could we put up the map of West Road again? The first thing that I want to say is that one of the concerns, I think everybody knows that though I was born on this side of the city, I was raised on Old Nat. And one of the challenges that we have with starter homes, new homes, small homes, is that over time, they just don't look good. Maybe in some areas, cottage homes that are 30 years old still look beautiful. But the starter homes along Old National, they don't look great. And HOAs are all defunct. They got $70,000, $80,000, $100,000 water bills. It's just building small starter homes on Old National just does not seem to be in the long term the right way to get density. We've tried that for 40 years on Old National to get density, and Mr. Venable is right. We get quantity, but not necessarily the quality, or I don't want to say quality. We don't get the income brackets that we need to get the kinds of stores and restaurants and shops that we need. I normally, I really endeavor as mayor to be objective and nonpartisan and not take a side. But as someone who grew up on, I don't know if you all know, but West Road turns into Creole Road. It runs right by Creole Park. I grew up out there. This is not the street for any of that. All of these lots, I don't know that there's a house on West Road that's not on an acre, regardless of who owns it. I mean, these are acre, 2 acre, 3 acre lot homes, and I mean they're homes that I always dreamed of owning at some point. And I do think that in our rush to develop, and we do want to develop, we really have to respect the character of the areas. There are areas that are rural. There are areas in our city that don't have streetlights. There are areas that don't have sewers. There are areas that have 1 acre lots. And people moved there and still stay there for that. And I think that we just have to respect that. And if our comp plan doesn't respect that, then we need to redo the comp plan. And that is actually what we're doing right now. So I do just want to make mention of that. The chair recognizes Dr. Rao, and then I will give it back to Councilwoman Willis, and then we'll close out with Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
This is just a general statement. I don't know how many people in this room participated in the meetings we've had over the last 3-4 months to update our future land use. the decisions or the recommendations are coming from the last time we did the map, right? It's so critically important that you weigh in on the front end. I remember these discussions about Old National and wanting to bring, retail there. And Mayor, you were the council person at the time. And, I remember the discussion about like the Midtown area. I don't know where the residents were in that conversation. I can't speak to that. But before we finalize these current future land use maps, please, please, please weigh in before we adopt them. It's very challenging to deal with these cases once that map is adopted. So if you don't want that much density, you have to reduce it. It's just that simple. Right now, we're governed off this map. And so, and some of these people weren't here when we adopted them. They're dealing with them, but it's your voice in this process that governs that. And if you don't weigh in, you come in here and say, hey, I didn't know you could put 8 houses on there, but somebody was in the meetings that decided this. And so, that's just my commentary.
Thank you. Councilman Willis.
We did this comprehensive land use and we adopted these maps 5 years ago. We go through this process 5 years, every 5 years. And we beg and we plead. We send out text messages, we send out mail, we send out press notices for residents to engage. And when we go through the process, out of 115,000 residents, we probably don't even get 10% participation. What I will tell you, when you talk about median income, I hear you, Mayor, but I have studied this and I have studied this thoroughly. And, median incomes has a lot to do with how much people are making within a household. And we don't have a lot of, we're getting more, and we're going to draw more because of the hospital that's coming in the region. So we will be able to draw more high dollar earners. But that has a lot to do with our median income. And people are going to want to stay where they live, closer to where they live. So what hurts South Fulton is, we have people who are driving out of the city to work. We have a lot of people living closer to where they work that are earning those high dollars. And so, what do we do to increase our median income so that we can entice some of the desirable development we want to come in our area, such as you all are requesting for more restaurants, more options. Well, it's the density. It's the density that we have to allow to come into our city because whether you believe it or not, businesses are not going to come where they don't feel like they can sustain. If you look at Camp Creek, when I first got to Atlanta, we had a Barnes & Noble. We had some of the high-end stores there. They're no longer there. They're no longer there because guess what? They could not sustain, and they left. So now we have a beauty supply store. We have those type of things, and they're thriving. And I know, we don't want the same saturation, and we want more and we desire more. But then if we don't have the high dollar earners that's living in our community that's increasing our median income, then we have to allow the density. And then we have affordable and attainable housing crisis that we're going through. People are saying they want, higher price homes. But then at the same time, when you get these higher price homes, then your tax assessments are going to go up. Tax assessments yield higher taxes. And then you scream at the council and say, we increase your taxes. How do we control that? We control that by allowing diversity in our communities. And I know I just said a lot, and I'm going to yield, but there's a lot of education that needs to be put out around this. We cannot First of all, we have a land use map that was adopted 5 years ago that did require and have community input. We're going through that process now, and I'm telling you, people did not show up in abundance. And we're going to adopt a land use map in a couple of months, probably by October, based on the people who showed up. And so, but we can't have it both ways. We can't say we want some of these desirable businesses and developments to come into our community, but we don't have the density to support it. We don't have the median income to support it. So until we get there, until we can get the industries, until we can get the companies that will come in here and pay high dollars and entice people to live, high dollar earners to live in our community, you know, we have to allow some density to come in. Thank you so much.
Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
Thank you. So, Mr. Mayor, you did speak of, this is the area you grew up in. That blue, on this map that you're looking at, that blue area, that is Stone Ridge subdivision. I lived there. That is 304 houses right there. 304 houses in comparison to the green area, which not so much. Now, West Road, as you go up West Road, on the left side, Attorney Felker Ward that everyone knew, his big house that looks like a whole complex is on one side. On the other side, it's some agriculture, I don't know what it is, like a lumber yard. It's something that we don't know what it is over there. But as you keep going, Sandy Circle to the left, there's a little church, and then Sandy Circle's to the left, and it's a whole entire subdivision that is similar to what's being proposed here. That subdivision is just like a hidden little gem which abuts Lake Tahoe that we purchased. So the point that I'm making is a lot of people, other than the gentleman that actually lives on that street, a lot of people talk about what they don't know about or what they think they know, but they really don't. And so this same thing already exists. And those people live in single-family homes, single-family homes that are about 1,600 square feet. It doesn't disrupt anything. And people really live there. And then right behind is 304 entire houses that started being built back in 2003 and survived 2 phases of building, and people still live there. And it's not a problem. So I think we just have to be more open-minded to what we're looking at. There was a housing study done, and we were reminded of that. And we just like to, I guess it's personal. People just either don't want it, or they do want it, or they just can't see the big picture. But when we have housing studies that are done, it's showing what the big picture needs to be if we're going to make it as a city. And it's a smart growth study plan. In the training that we all received, that instructor emphatically has said it. I took this class 3 entire times. She said every time that the single family house model, Georgia is oversaturated with it. It doesn't work. But nobody wants to believe her. She's just a planner. She's just an expert. She just teaches zoning, and she doesn't know what she's talking about when people make these comments and just don't get it. But we do have to have more education. We do have to continue the conversation. We do have to listen to the residents because they live there. But when you're used to what you're used to, you can't imagine anything else. Where I'm from New York, and I'm from a residential area in New York. And the saddest thing, because there is no more land, the saddest thing that I've seen, I have old neighbors that I grew up with that instead of them moving out, they moved up. Of 4 levels, like a basement, level 1, level 2, and then level 3. That she built a level 3 for her and her husband and her kids to live in. That's so ridiculous in my mind, but she had to go somewhere. And with that, I yield. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to close this out, and I'm going to just respond to a couple of things. Number one, I do remember that comprehensive land use plan. I protested vigorously its approval. Councilman Reeves was the District 5 councilman. He voted against it. It got approved. One of the things that we were threatened with is that if we didn't approve the plan, we weren't going to be qualified to receive funding. We didn't get any funding. We didn't get any funding from that plan. Like it wasn't true. And we later on found out that we could amend that plan, or we could have turned it in late. But that's not how it was sold to us. It was like, vote now or y'all aren't going to get any funding for programs. That's point one. Point two, I hear you about I started to call it Stonehenge. I hear you about that subdivision, but that does empty out onto Old National. I just really encourage all of you, especially those of you to my right, to really drive and see West Road. It actually reminds me a lot of Pittman Road up here. It empties out onto a busy street like Butner, but when you drive down Pittman Road, those are big acre lots. I mean, it's just a different vibe, that particular street. I'm not saying that we don't need density on National. Lord knows I am all about density in the Old National Corridor, but I'm just saying this particular street, I'm not sure that the character of that street matches this. All right. Okay. I'm just encouraging folks to drive it. All right. That was our last zoning case. We're going to take a motion to adjourn. We have one executive session item that is going to affect this agenda. I'm sure we can get it done in 12 minutes and start this meeting at 9 o'clock, which would also give us a few minutes to break. Do you want to do the proclamations? Okay, we're going to do our proclamations.
And they gotta go home.
We're going to do our proclamations, but then can we take a quick break before we go into this meeting? All right. I will entertain a motion.
I move to adjourn.
Okay, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 8:48 p.m.
All right. I'm going to call to order the regular meeting, the 7 o'clock regular meeting. Mr. Clerk, please sound the roll.
It's roll call. The Honorable Catherine F. Ryle, District 1. The Honorable Carmelita Gomes, District 2.
Present.
The Honorable Helen Z. Willis, District 3. The Honorable J.C. Sebastian, District 4.
Here.
The Honorable Keosha B. Bell, District 5.
Present.
The Honorable Natasha Williams Brown, District 6.
Present.
The Honorable Linda B. Pritchett, District 7.
Here.
And the Honorable Mayor Khalid.
Present. Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
Mr. Mayor, you do have a quorum. Next item is invocation by the city chaplain. Here we go.
Good evening. I will. Because you asked. I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. He will never fail. If you know it, sing. I trust in God, my Savior, the one who will never fail. God will never fail. If we can lift our hearts and our attention to the Almighty Creator God. God, we ask that you enter into this room and into the hearts of the citizens and the officials and everyone in concern, even those online. God, enter your Holy Spirit. Give us the courage to change the things we can. And give us the wisdom to explain the things we can't. And as we go into these meetings, Lord, give us the kindness, love, and the peace that you require us to have as we deal with each other in these very pertinent and important hearings that we have here today. God, I ask you to bless each and every individual here. Give us the strength to do what we have to do and to respect each other as we do it. And this we ask in the Almighty Father's name. Amen.
Stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
So we're at the adoption of the council agenda. We do need to add a proclamation recognizing Ellen Miller Mapp. I did say that correctly, right? Yeah, Ellen Miller Mapp. As well as we need to do for first read so that the council is able to vote on these at the next council meeting. The 4 cases that we just heard, which is 0 Campbellton Road, Z25-007, 0 Allen Drive, Z25-013, 555 Spence Road, Z24-026, and 0 West Road, Z25-018. Those will all be listed for consideration for first read on this agenda.
All right. Did your proclamation get added? All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended.
I move to approve the agenda as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Record that vote. Approved unanimously 7-0 as amended.
All right. We have some proclamations.
Next.
Mayor, if you don't mind, I want to take a quick point of personal privilege, just one quick point, because we have several residents here, and I just want to make one quick comment. All right, it will be quick. And I, we lost 2 long-time life residents of the city of South Fulton. One, Attorney Thomas Sampson, and our triple Purple Heart hero, Mr. Paul Baldwin. So I would ask that we keep both families in prayer. They were both long-time residents of the city of South Fulton, and contributed a lot to the metro Atlanta area and our community. And so, unfortunately, both of their funerals are on the same day, but we want to keep their families in prayer. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's do these proclamations. The chair recognizes Dr. Rowe.
I need to make, remove something from the consent agenda, or do you want to wait?
We'll wait, because we'll do a second set of amendments. Let's just do the proclamations, because we're not going to do the consent agenda now.
If we adopted it. We just have to go back, okay, we'll wait.
Right.
He said we gotta go now. Would
You'd have to move to reconsider.
Okay.
We could do that after the proclamations.
Well, I can wait though, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, we have 3 proclamations this evening. Well, actually multiple. The first will be proclamation presentation for reentry awareness. That will be presented by Councilmember Bell. After that, we will have proclamation presentation in recognition of Georgia Municipal Court Clerks Week, sponsored by Councilmember Williams Brown. And then we will have a proclamation presentation honoring Ellen Miller Mapp, sponsored by Mayor Pro Tem Linda Pritchett.
All right, good evening, everyone. All right, thank you so much. So I am incredibly honored to stand before the city council members and mayor this evening as we take a moment to
kind of just think about the people that are already in our community. This month, July, is a month that is for reentry awareness. Reentry awareness is an initiative that was led by our very own Governor Brian Kemp for the state of Georgia, honoring July as Reentry Awareness Month. And so when I sit back and I think about the landscape of not only our community but our city, we have a lot of individuals who are returning citizens. Some statistics are 465,000 males are released from prison and being incarcerated annually here in the state of Georgia. And in addition to that, we have 168,000 women who are also released from being incarcerated here in the state of Georgia annually. When we also look at additional statistics, 1 out of 13 individuals, so we can look around the room, have been a person who has been incarcerated and or in jail and has been impacted by the justice system. So I would like to take this time today or this evening and honor 3 organizations that have been a great impact in the city of South Fulton, as well as many of our residents who are also here this evening, who is also a returning citizen right here in the city of South Fulton. So at this time, I would like to call up the City of Refuge Reentry Hub. Anybody coming up with you? All right, so good evening. This is Mr. Greg Washington. And so I want to present you the proclamation honoring the City of Refuge for Reentry Awareness Month here in the city of South Fulton. Whereas the Reentry Hub was established in October of 2019 as part of the City of Refuge, Atlanta, Georgia. Whereas this program was developed to meet the unique needs of returning citizens within the greater Atlanta and the city of South Fulton. Reentry Hub recognized the returning citizens face a multitude of disadvantages after serving time. Reentry Hub strives to remove the stigma associated with experiences of incarceration and provide support to returning citizens in the city of South Fulton area with housing, medical services, mentorship, case management, life coaching, soft skills, career readiness, and job placement. Whereas reentry consists of returning citizens who have previously experienced incarceration and are looking to build their lives and make a contribution to the communities they return to. Reentry Hub meets daily, providing various educational workshops and speakers specific to reentry, community resources, financial literacy, budgeting, coping mechanisms, employment, and other needed resources. Skip that. Now, therefore, it be it resolved that the mayor and the council of the city of South Fulton, Georgia, celebrate, recognizes, and supports the outstanding leadership of the City of Refuge, a part of South Fulton Home, hereby proclaim that Saturday, October the 1st, 2025, as recognition for the City of Refuge Reentry Hub for Reentry Awareness Month, honored this month, July, as an initiative led by the state of Georgia's Governor, Brian Kemp, to recognize July 2025 as Reentry Awareness Month for second chance programs and to encourage all residents to extend their gratitude for their support, collaboration, and investment in reentry programs and services within all communities in this city as well as the state of Georgia.
Thank you. It's an honor to be able to receive this on behalf of our organization, City Refuge, and we just so honored to be able to bring light, hope, and transformation to the city of Atlanta. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Washington. Yes. All right, so we're going to keep this so that I don't belabor any time. The next proclamation honoring Dr. Travis Emery Barber. Please all of his guests, all of his guests.
Say that again.
That part.
Y'all hurry up. Come on. These folks have to put us out of here.
You can come stand in front of us. Y'all gotta
We thank our returning citizens that live in the
Right,
South
right.
Fulton for being here tonight. All right, so this next proclamation is for Dr. Travis Emery Barber. Whereas Dr. Travis Emery Barber Sr., known throughout the state of Georgia and beyond as a relentless advocate, transformational leader, and a beacon of hope, has dedicated his life to serving those often left behind, including returned citizens, children with incarcerated parents, and youth impacted by the justice system. Dr. Barber's journey from incarceration to community impact has positioned him uniquely to understand the challenges faced by those reentering society and to lead with both empathy and action. Through his nonprofit organization, One More Question Incorporated, Dr. Barber has created innovative programs that provide housing support, job readiness training, mental health services, and mentorship for formerly incarcerated men and women, thereby reducing recidivism and restoring dignity. Dr. Barber has remained a steadfast father figure and mentor to countless adults and young citizens whose lives have been disrupted by the incarceration of a parent or exposure to the systematic injustice, creating safe spaces for healing, growth, and leadership development. And whereas his efforts include, but are not limited to, organizing restorative field trips, conflict resolution programs, workforce development initiatives, etiquette training, and trauma-informed mentorship that reshape narratives and restore futures in the city of South Fulton. And as the Goodwill Ambassador of Georgia, Dr. Barber embodies resilience, redemption, and responsibility, using his platform not for personal gain, but to uplift entire communities, inspire second chances, and bring visibility to the forgotten. Now, therefore, it be resolved that the mayor and the council of City of South Fulton, Georgia, celebrate, recognize, and support the outstanding work of his individual for his unwavering service, selfless dedication, and continued impact on reentry efforts, youth mentorship, and community transformation. And on behalf of the over 108,000 residents that call the City of South Fulton home, hereby proclaim Tuesday, July the 8th, 2025, as recognition for Dr. Travis E. Barber for Reentry Awareness Month, an initiative led by the Georgia State Governor Brian Kemp. So at this time, not only I want to mention this, Dr. Barber and I do a lot with City of Refuge, Mr. Washington, as well as Urban League. And so we want to thank you because you donated over 100 pair of Jordans and Nikes to a lot of our formerly incarcerated young men. And so that is very admirable. So we appreciate you.
Everybody's ready? Yes. 1, You just come on, get up here. Appreciate you. I want to thank the city of South Fulton as well for all the love and support. Clerk of Court Shay Alexander, want to thank you all for, without you all, none of this would be possible. Me sitting in that cell 10 years, I had to come home and do something, and I did this. Deborah Hunt, it's your birthday, you my auntie, get on up here. Look crazy. Okay.
Be up here, just come on up. Just come on up so you don't get called out.
All right, and we have one last one. This was, when we talk about passions, I wanted to make sure that people know that we appreciate them. So the next proclamation honoring adult reentry program is to the New Beginnings Adult Reentry Program with the Urban League of Greater Atlanta. Come on, girl. Washington. You need to come back up. Get up here. Come on. And these are people that work with our citizens and our community, but they've also been part of the justice system. So it's super important to see the impact. Hold this for me, come on. All right. So a proclamation honoring the New Beginnings Adult Reentry Program at the Urban League of Greater Atlanta in South Fulton, Georgia for Reentry Awareness Month. The New Beginnings Adult Reentry Program was established in October of 2015 as part of the Urban League of Greater Atlanta. The program was developed to meet the unique needs of returning citizens within the Greater Atlanta area. NBARP recognizes the returning citizens face a multitude of disadvantages after serving time. They strive to remove the stigma associated with experiences of incarceration and provide support to returning citizens in the city of South Fulton area with case management, life coaching, soft skills, career readiness, and job placement. NBARP consists of returning citizens who have previously experienced incarceration and are looking to rebuild their lives and make a contribution to the communities they return to. Returning citizens face unique challenges, but NBARP strives to provide social, emotional, mental, and financial support. NBARP meets monthly, providing various educational workshops and speakers specific to reentry, community resources, financial literacy, budgeting, coping mechanisms, employment, and other needed resources outside and in the prisons and jails. NBARP's goal is to improve the lives of returning citizens and their community by providing a standard support system and developing viable relationships. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and the council of the city of South Fulton, Georgia, celebrate, recognize, and support the outstanding leadership at the Urban League of Greater Atlanta, taking part in birthing the existence of the New Beginnings Adult Reentry Program. And on behalf of the over 110,000 residents that call City of South Fulton home, hereby proclaim Tuesday, July the 8th, 2025 as recognition for the New Beginnings Adult Reentry Program for Reentry Awareness Month, again, an initiative led by the state of Georgia's Governor, Brian Kemp. At this time, I would like to give Dr. Crystal Brown an opportunity to say some words. Thank you.
Thank you. It's an honor to be able to accept this on behalf of our organization, and I have my colleagues here to stand beside me and continue the work in the community. Thank you.
Yes, the next proclamation is a proclamation recognizing Municipal Court Clerk Week. I believe we have our Municipal Court Clerk, Administrator, and our Chief Judge.
Hello. Come stand in the middle. Come on in the middle. Prime time today. So having had the opportunity to sit in the court and go upstairs and see everything that the court does, the amount of work that they get done with the space they have and the staff that they have is absolutely amazing and phenomenal. And so it was important to me to be able to recognize you for all of the hard work that you're doing. I know that I know I'm sending a lot of stuff your way, and the city of South Fulton is very prolific in sending cases to you, so we cannot say thank you enough. But we do have this proclamation for you. City of South Fulton Proclamation in recognition of Municipal Court Clerks Week. Whereas municipal court clerks play a significant role in ensuring that municipal courts preserve public safety and promote quality of life in the city of South Fulton and local municipalities across the state. And whereas the procedures for the City of South Fulton Municipal Court operations are set forth by the Uniform Rules of Municipal Court and other laws of the state of Georgia. And whereas more people come in contact with municipal court clerks than all other city services combined, and public impression of the South Fulton judicial system is largely dependent upon the public's experience in municipal court. And whereas municipal court clerks have pledged to be ever mindful of their neutrality and impartiality, rendering equal service to all, and whereas the South Fulton Municipal Court is committed to the notion that our legal system is based on the principle that an independent, fair, and competent judiciary will interpret and apply the laws that govern us, municipal court clerks act in a manner that promotes public confidence in the integrity and impartiality of the judiciary. And whereas it is most appropriate that we recognize the accomplishments and significant role the municipal court clerks play in preserving the public confidence, integrity, and impartiality of the judiciary. Now therefore be it proclaimed that the mayor and city council of the city of South Fulton do recognize the week of June 9th through 13th, 2025 as Municipal Court Clerks Week, and further extend appreciation to our municipal court clerks, Jasmine Hextall, Carolyn Jones, Cameron McClendon, Richard Brown, Michelle Fain, and Zadrin Miley. Chief Court Clerk and Court Administrator Dion Dixon, court clerks and all municipal court clerks for the vital services they perform and their exemplary dedication to the communities they represent and serve.
I will keep it very short. We are here to serve, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you. I'll keep it even shorter. We've got school zone first thing in the morning, so I need to get rest this evening. We've got a school zone calendar at 9 a.m. But I want to thank the city, thank the council and mayor for this recognition. The municipal court clerk staff, along with Ms. Dixon, are vital parts of the city. There's about 370 municipal courts throughout the state of Georgia, and along with that, the municipal court is one of the areas in city government that almost everybody has contact with. So we're very proud of the clerks and the staff and want to thank the city for that recognition. All right, thank you.
One more.
Mrs. Ellen Miller-Mapp. So this evening, last but not least, I would like to recognize one of my more active residents, Mrs. Ellen Miller Mapp, who is also a distinguished lady, long time, of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. And this is in recognition of a lifetime of service, leadership, and advocacy. Whereas Ellen Miller Mapp, a native daughter of Cincinnati, Ohio, was born and raised in the historic neighborhood of South Avondale, nurtured by the love, values, and civil rights legacy of her mother, the esteemed Florence Miller, also known affectionately as Mother Florence, who instilled in her children the importance of justice, equality, and the right to vote for all. Whereas Ellen, inspired by her mother's example, pursued excellence in education, earning a scholarship to Columbia College during its historic transition from a Christian institution to Columbia College, proudly becoming one of the first African American students to integrate the school from 1969 to 1971. Later earning her Associates of Arts in 1973 and her Bachelor's of Arts in Individual Studies with a focus in Business Administration in 1975. And whereas Ellen served as the first senior class president at Columbia College for the 1974 to 1975 academic year, paving the way for future leaders and breaking barriers through her academic excellence and leadership achievements. Whereas Ellen's 23-year corporate career spanned fashion, cosmetics, and superstore management, leading to a transformative shift into nonprofit aging services, where she committed 18 additional years to the care, dignity, and well-being of seniors, culminating in her role as administrator of a 200-unit HUD affordable senior living community. And whereas Ellen's dedication to the elderly and underserved populations was further affirmed through her certification as a certified aging services professional, her leadership roles with Leading Age Georgia and Georgia Institute on Aging and the Center for Positive Aging, and her ongoing mission to advocate for vulnerable senior communities. And whereas Ellen has served as a founding board member of the Senior Citizens for a Better South Fulton Incorporated, a tireless advocate for seniors of low and extremely low income, and a key figure in the South Fulton Human Services Coalition, where she has worked to hold local and regional governments accountable, and she holds me accountable, and empower community residents, especially senior citizens. And whereas Ellen is also a committed supporter of military veterans and their families, freely offering guidance on how to access the services and benefits they have earned. And whereas beyond her service, Ellen is a talented visual artist, a founding member of the Ben Hill United Methodist Church Visual Arts Ministry, and a regular exhibitor in regional arts festivals, including the National Black Arts Festival and Atlanta Jazz Festivals. And whereas Ellen continues to serve in leadership roles with alumni groups such as Children of God, CC Friends of the 70s, acting as a voice for alumni and a pillar of continued support and engagement. And whereas Ellen remains an active, watchful, and vocal resident of the city of South Fulton, advocating for transparency, accountability, and equity in all government actions that affect the city's most vulnerable populations. Let this proclamation serve as a lasting tribute to her impact and inspiration to all citizens to follow her example of servant leadership, integrity, and compassion. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the mayor and city council of the city of South Fulton, Georgia, do hereby recognize and honor Ellen Miller Mapp for her unwavering commitment to education, equity, aging services, the arts, and community advocacy. Thank you, Ellen.
Thank you.
And I also want to recognize our former councilwoman, Rosie I'm sorry,
My apologies. No, my apologies. No, my apologies. Ellen.
Okay. No. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and Council. I have to tell you, when I received a phone call from my friend Richard Snellings about this recognition, I was extremely surprised, but pleasantly surprised. I never expect that the work that I do captures attention because I don't look for it. But I'm glad that I am able to provide service and recommendations to those who need it. I have a passion for seniors. I hope dearly that our governments, local, state, and federal, had more compassion for seniors in the legislation and ordinances that they produce. And if keeping in mind that the most disparate individuals in our communities are always at the top of the list for those that they need to serve, are those that have given their lives, have worked hard, paid into the Social Security system, need health care, need food, need supports in every way, that every time they sign a document, I'm going to look at all you now, every time you do something that makes a law and makes it difficult for a senior or someone who has fixed income, that you think about it at least another day before you make it happen. It's extremely important. I could even be an advisor to help you with that thought. But I appreciate you. And if you'll indulge me one more time, I want to recognize those who came to support me, especially my charming and debonair husband. This is Kenneth. He is my, I don't know, everything. My longest friends have been in my life, golly, since the 70s and the 80s. Brenda Banks, she's my champion for my art, and she's been with me through every trial and tribulation. And Celestine, college friend, and we serve and we have fun, we sing together, and she's the oldest business owner at West End Mall. And the business is called Dendera. West End Mall is going through a transition, and y'all please support them.
Thank you. That was
And my dear friend over there, Richard Snellings. Thank you. A little rabbit in my ear told me that he had something to do with this, but he is a good friend, and I appreciate him. Thank you very much, everyone.
appreciate you.
got a budget. I gotta ask no question. I gotta get no.
All right. At this time, we got one quick executive session item. I'm going to entertain a motion. I want to, if we could just do this one. We're going to come back and amend it. We're going to come back after executive session, amend the agenda, and do all the things. That's mine. All right. So I'll entertain a motion.
Mr. Mayor, I move to go into executive session for personnel.
All right. It's properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands. All right. We'll be back in 15 minutes.
Can we make a team?
I'm making sure we get seated.
I'll try to. Clerk, we have a quorum. I will entertain a motion to,
I move to reconvene from executive session.
So move. Move with a second. Let's take this by show of hands. Okay,
Motion approved 4-0. We are reconvening at 10:26 p.m.
okay. Mr. Clerk, next item, please. Public comment? Is there public?
Oh, yes, so Councilmember Rao had mentioned she needed to amend the agenda. So I think that is the next item you needed to address.
Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to reconsider adoption of the agenda so I can make an amendment to remove from the consent agenda the request for the plat for Emblem at Sandtown combination.
Moved in second. Is there any discussion?
Yes, discussion. I would ask that this be deferred to our August 26, 2025 meeting.
Is that it?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Mayor, thank you. You're back.
We have one more amendment to the agenda. Are we adding this? Did we do that already, the contract? Okay.
Second. So it's second in discussion and we're ready for a vote.
Who's the second?
All right.
Oh, let's restate the motion since other members are walking in.
I thought we were just going to take all the amendments at one time. That's what we normally do.
Well, we can.
Sure.
So who was the second?
Okay, so, I believe Councilwoman Gumbs is the second. Mr. Clerk, can you restate the motion so everyone can vote, please?
Yes, there's a motion by Councilmember Rao, seconded by Councilmember Gums, to remove item E1, which is final plat for the Emblem at Sandtown combination from the consent agenda and reheard at the August 26, 2025 meeting.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, we have one more contract to add, correct, for Mr. Savage?
I think I said so move.
I'll entertain a motion.
I move to add the contract for Lionel Savage Consulting to the agenda.
All right, I'm going to add that under Procurement and Contracts is A8. And this is the contract as amended by the city attorney.
Contract as amended by the city attorney.
All right, any discussion?
To edit paragraph 6. And to edit the title of the contract.
Awesome. All right, seeing and hearing no further discussion, let's take this vote by a show of hands. All right. Oh, so we have an amended agenda. Mr. Clerk, please sound the first item.
First item. Okay. First item is public comments. We did not receive any public comment cards this evening.
All right, thank you. Please sound the next item.
Next item is council comments.
I would ask if we could hold our comments till the next meeting as it is 10:30. And the people who need to hear them are probably not watching anymore. All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is approval of following city council meeting minutes, regular meeting minutes, May 27, 2025, work session minutes, May 27, 2025, city council alcohol zoning public hearing minutes, May 27, 2025, and special call meeting minutes, June 9, 2025, which is a budget retreat.
I'll entertain a motion.
Second.
All right, any discussion, seeing and hearing none, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is consent agenda. Item A, B, C, D. E was amended. And F, consent agenda.
All right, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the consent agenda. Second.
All right, it's properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously.
All right, let's sound the next item.
Next items, agenda items. A, procurement and contracts. Number 1 is General Services Department seeks approval to enter into an agreement with Energy Systems Southwest LLC to purchase and install electrical energy generation equipment at various city facilities. This agreement leverages the cooperative agreements 092222 GNR issued by Sourcewell, a municipal purchasing cooperative. A total contract amount will not exceed $500,000 with an option to renew for 2 additional 1-year terms. The contract became effective on December 1, 2022, and will expire on November 22nd, 2026. The scope of services under 092222 GNR contract involves purchasing and installing electrical power generation equipment with no guarantee of sales or sales volume.
We have 7 of these general services agreements. I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the agreement with Energy Systems Southwest LLC to purchase and install electrical energy generation equipment at various city facilities. Item number 2, the General Services Department to approval to enter an agreement with Energy Systems Southwest LLC to purchase portable construction equipment under 020923-GNR, an amount not to exceed $500,000. Item 3, the General Services Department to enter an agreement with the Yancey Brothers Company to purchase and install electric energy generation equipment at various facilities under the cooperative agreement 092222-CAT issued by Sourcewell, an amount not to exceed $500,000. And the General Services Agreement with the Yancey Brother Company to rent construction equipment, trucks, lifts, loaders, bear case, HVAC equipment, and tools for the use by the city. The agreement leverages the cooperative agreement 040924-CAT issued by Sourcewell not to exceed $250,000. The General Services Department agreement with ROCO to purchase and install electric energy generation equipment at various city facilities under cooperative agreement 092222-KOH issued by Sourcewell not to exceed $500,000. The General Service Department's approval of RFP-25-01 Select Committee's recommendation.
Wait, hold on 1 second.
Oh, you want me to stop right there? Okay. Okay. Okay, so that covers items 1 through 5 under the procurement and contracts.
Second.
All right, any discussion? I just have one. These all say several city facilities. Is there any way we can get a list, maybe in the next city manager's report, or like what the facilities are? You want to say it on the mic there?
Several of these are backup generators. We're going to start with our gyms.
Awesome, thank you. No further discussion. I'll entertain. I'll take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved unanimously, 7-0, items 1 through 5.
All right, and we're going to take 6 and 7 separately. These are the votes that we have been waiting on for several years. Yes, we're going to take these in the queue. Everybody's in the queue. Make sure you're switched over to the 7 p.m. meeting for these historic votes. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound item 6.
Item 6, the General Services Department requests council approval of RFP 25-01, Selection Committee's recommendation of Catamount Construction for the GMP Design Build contract with the City of South Fulton for a not to exceed amount of $58,025,000.
We'll do it for $58,000. We can do it.
My apologies. For the design and construction of the fire headquarters and public safety training complex located at 3000 Cascade Palmetto Highway. The contract shall be for 3 years or until project completion, plus a 1-year warranty period.
I will entertain a motion.
Second. I didn't even say nothing yet. I'd like to make a motion to approve the RFP 25-01 Selections Committee recommendation of Catamount Construction for the GMP Design Bill contract with the City of South Fulton for a not to exceed amount of $58,025,000 for the design and construction of the fire headquarters and public safety training complex located at 3000 Cascade Palmetto Highway. The contract shall be for 3 years or until project completion, plus a 1-year warranty period.
Yes, got to get that warranty in. It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Chocolate.
That vote was approved unanimously, 7-0.
And please sound item number 7.
Item number 7, the General Services Department requests council approval of the RFP 25-02 Selection Committee's recommendation of the joint venture of Winter Johnson for the GMP Design Build contract with the City of South Fulton for not to exceed amount of $58,850,000 for the design and construction of the police headquarters complex located at 7445 Old National Highway. The contract shall be for 3 years or the project completion date plus a 1-year warranty period.
I move that we approve the motion.
The chair hasn't recognized anyone.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the motion as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote in the queue.
Just a point of order, Mayor. Just want to make sure we have the right amount. I believe the clerk said 58 million. It's 55.
Thank you.
55 million.
Oh my God.
You're worth every penny, Councilwoman Bell. We're taking this vote in the queue?
Yep, he got it up.
That motion was approved unanimously, 7-0.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Please sound the next item.
Next item, letter B, Public Works. The Public Works Department requests, let me go back. We added an item, Mr. Mayor, for the contract for Lionel Savage as amended. You wanted to consider?
Just for the record, this is for the 360 evaluation of our appointees. It's time for our annual evaluations. All right, entertain a motion.
I move to approve the contract for Lionel Savage Consulting as sounded.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by show of hands.
Yeah.
For an amount not to exceed $7,500.
For an amount not to exceed
$7,500.
$7,500.
All right, and we got this vote. Let's take this vote again by show of hands.
I record that motion approved unanimously, 7-0.
All right, please sound the next item.
That brings us to Public Works number 1. The Public Works Department requests council approval of an IGA with the City of Atlanta DOT for the federal project T66 New Hope Road sidewalks to construct 650 feet of sidewalk within the City of Atlanta limits. Pursuant to this IGA, the City of Atlanta DOT shall contribute an amount not to exceed $121,109.05.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move to approve the sidewalks for New Hope Road, Federal Project T-266 for 650 feet of sidewalk within the city of Atlanta limits in an amount of $121,109.05 provided by the city of Atlanta DOT via IGA.
Second.
I wasn't finished. To approve eminent domain to acquire real property interest necessary to complete the T-Splosh project OS1-618 Welcome Mall Road at Scarborough Road intersection improvements parcel 4 in amount, fair market value estimated at $500. And to request council approval of a resolution of the city of South Fulton ratifying the submission of the city's fiscal year 24 staffing for adequate fire and emergency response grant application of FEMA in an amount of $6,472,500, as well as a request by the city of South Fulton for our 2024 fire prevention and safety grant application of FEMA in an amount of $63,940, authorizing matching funds and the execution of a grant agreement. The cost share requirement is 95% federal and 5% local. The estimated project cost is $63,904, and our matching contribution would be $3,197. And per the previous one, there is also a match requirement as enumerated in one above. Can I get a second?
Second.
All right, it's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? I want to just thank Mayor Dickens and City of Atlanta for their contribution. And we'll take this vote by show of hands. All right, Mr. Clerk, please sound the next item.
So that brings us to D1, request council approval of a resolution of the City Council of the City of South Fulton, Georgia, authorizing submission of a grant application to National Endowment for the Arts grants for arts project in the amount of $110,000, authorizing matching funds and execution of a grant agreement and other necessary documentation, if awarded, provided for an effective date. The cost share requirement is 50/50. The total project cost is $110,000 with $55,000 requested in NEA grant funds and $55,000 committed in matching funds.
The chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the motion as sounded.
Second.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Any discussion? All right, let's take this vote by show of hands. All right, please sound the next item.
Next item, number 2, request council approval of resolution urging complete restoration of funds for Job Corps programs and remediation of the Metro Atlanta Job Corps site within the city limits of South Fulton, Georgia. This is sponsored by Councilmember Helen Zenobia Willis.
All right, the chair will entertain a motion.
I move that we approve the motion as sounded.
It's been properly moved and seconded. The chair recognizes Councilwoman Williams-Brown.
I believe, someone correct me if I'm wrong, but didn't the courts already do this? The courts have already reversed this?
They reversed it last week.
They reversed?
Because we announced it at church last week.
Right, they reversed it last week. So do we still?
I got you.
Right, so I guess my question is, passing a resolution urging restoration of something that's already been restored, is this still even necessary at this point?
All right, the chair recognizes Councilwoman Willis.
It is necessary. I spoke with the attorney who's leading the lead litigator on this case. This is not, this is an injunction. What they have in place is an injunction. And what the judge has allowed the Job Corps is to continue to operate until the case is resolved. And so this resolution urges legislators to allow if you read the entire resolution, it encourages the federal government to allow the Job Corps centers to remain open, and also it encourages them to allow the facilities that are in progress of being built to continue to be built, or have the property remediated, or turn the sites over to the city so that we as a city can determine to move forward with the renovation of the property. So I have spoken with ministers today, the Ministerial South Fulton Alliance. They are on board, and they will be taking the same resolution and to their respective cities, encouraging their cities to pass this resolution as well. And they are planning to help put some advocacy around this. So we are still in danger of Job Corps, the 99 Job Corps centers, to be closed throughout the region and throughout the nation. We are still at risk of youth being homeless and hopeless. And so, no, it is not correct. They have reversed this decision. This is an injunction that is currently in place, and the judge has allowed the Job Corps centers to remain open until the case is resolved. And I also have, let me read from the lead litigator. You said Donna Hay was in church? Attorney Donna Hay was in church? Oh, okay. Attorney Donna Hay, JD, what she stated is, "Hello, Helen, it's great to meet you. We appreciate your support for Job Corps. This is currently not only funding problem. There was an order by the Department of Labor 2 weeks ago to completely close 99 Job Corps campuses, including the Atlanta campus. My association has sued the Department of Labor as we have an injunction to keep the campuses open while our lawsuit persists. While my focus is on the lawsuit, I am going to provide you contact information to our VP of Advocacy and External Affairs so that you may connect regarding funding. He can also answer any questions you may have about our current status overall. Any efforts you can put forth to advocate along with Georgia members of Congress for long-term funding of the program would certainly be appreciated. Sanford Bishop is a strong supporter and co-chair of the Friends of Job Corps caucus, as that is something we are simultaneously fighting to preserve." And then she provided the VP Advocacy External Affairs. So my resolution pretty much states what she's asked. Thank you.
All right, seeing and hearing no further discussion, let's take this vote by show of hands.
Court, that motion approved. Councilman Bell, you voting? 7-0 unanimously.
All right, please sound the next item.
Next item is item 3, request council approval of a resolution amending the city human resources policies and procedures manual, spans the city's tuition reimbursement program to the mayor and council. And this is sponsored by Mayor Curley.
All right, this resolution just, it does not change. It's not any different program. It just expands the program that is already available to all of our nearly 800 employees, to the 8 of us, or the 8 people that will be in these seats in perpetuity, in addition to being a great benefit to offer severely underpaid elected officials. Education makes us all better policymakers. while we receive trainings at GMA and NLC and other places, Madam Attorney, I think that you would agree that the training that you receive in a JD program, and CDRA would probably agree the trainings they receive in their master's programs is a little bit more in depth than what we get in the 1 or 2 day trainings from the amazing GMA and Carl Vinson thing. So this just allows us to get better educated and become better policymakers. Again, this legislation requires the elected officials to follow all of the same policies, procedures, guidelines, and requirements, and submit to the same approval process by HR as any other employee. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I move to approve the resolution to amend Human Resources Policies and Procedures Manual to expand the city's tuition reimbursement program to the mayor and council.
All right, it's been probably moved and seconded. Any further discussion? I saw Dr. Rao first.
This is just a general question. Currently, we can go get a certificate program. Currently, we can go get a certificate program or get trainings as it is from these institutions. My only concern is, how do we know if somebody is pursuing a degree that is relevant to the work that we do? The way this is written, it's really very specific to certifications. It doesn't get into degrees, but this is a request for tuition reimbursement. And I'm torn, to be honest, because the reality is, we are the governing body. These are for professionals who do the day-to-day work of the city. And I guess I would defer to the city manager. You've worked in a lot of cities. Is this typical? Oh, I'm sorry.
So I haven't seen it elsewhere. I wouldn't say it's typical. I haven't surveyed my colleagues, but in my experience, it's not typical. But this is a different city too. You know, there are several things that we do that are different.
The chair recognizes Councilman Willis.
So my question, and I'm going to ask this question on the record, Clerk Adams, how much do we pay for membership of GMA? How much do we pay? Annually, $41,000. How much do we pay annually for the membership of National League of Cities? And then we have the Carl Vinson Institute that offer classes for policymakers to get certifications around policy. GMA, we have certificates and training around policy. And then we have National League of Cities. I had a conversation with the mayor and I told him that my concern is that elected officials are not employees, for one. I think that we should do some work around this and bring this back. Mayor, after you left, after I spoke with you, I did call a couple of cities in the Metro Atlanta area. Nobody does this. And nobody does this for the same reason. Their reimbursement tuition policy is for employees who work, do the job, and the tuition, most tuition reimbursements are up to a certain amount annually, and some employers require you, if you leave before a certain time, you got to pay the money back, and then the tuition reimbursement has to be specific to it has to be for the normal course. It has to be related to your job. We are policymakers, we're not employees. While I do respect what the mayor is doing, I think I would be more amenable if this was a part of the training. I don't think this is the best use of our tax dollars. to pay for elected officials to go back and get advanced degrees. I don't think our taxpayers will be appreciative of this. I think we will get some blowback if we do this. No other citizens doing it. That doesn't mean that we can't do it. I just think that we need to, first of all, if it's something that's going to have a fiscal impact, our policy says we're supposed to have a fiscal impact statement tied to it, and I didn't see that. And I'm not prepared to vote yes for this. I just think that we need to do some more research, because as the city manager said, she doesn't know of any other municipalities or any other government that is doing reimbursement tuition programs for their elected officials. I think we need to do more research around that. We need a fiscal impact statement. It need to be, if we're going to do it, it needs to be up to a certain amount. And if we're going to do it, it needs to be related to us being policymakers. But bottom line, y'all, people just don't do this. This is not the best use of taxpayers' dollars as elected officials. And it's not like we don't have organizations for us to get the training and certifications around us doing policy. And I just think we should bring this back. So my substitute motion would be to hold this and ask the city manager to do some more research around this. And then the policy is not written clear. It's not written clear, and asks the policy that was given is more so specific around certifications, and it's for employees. So I just think that if we are going to do this, we need more research. We need to know how much we're going to cost, and it needs to be very specific. So my motion would be to hold and bring this back until we can gather more information. So I would not have to vote no on this today. That's my motion.
Is there a second for the substitute motion? Okay, well, I'm sorry, that substitute, yeah, no, we're going to have discussion, but that substitute motion fails for lack of a second. Councilwoman Gums.
So I do have a few questions. In what was presented today, what is the maximum amount that this tuition reimbursement policy that has been presented from mayor and council? What's the amount?
It's the exact same amount that it is for our employees, Madam City Manager.
I didn't see that in this. What is that?
Yeah, go ahead.
It's $7,500 per, and we budget it in HR. Most of the years it goes unspent or underspent, but we budget all of it in HR, and they manage the program
So $7,500 a year
per student.
per employee.
Right.
So
We don't budget for 800 people. We use an average of how many people we think will take it.
got you. So one of my additional questions is that we have a discretionary budget that also includes education that we can do a line item for. We have the discretion as the council person or representative where we could move that money to more funding in education, training, or whatever else you want to call it, versus actually taking on a policy. And I think it may be more advantageous if there are additional classes that you want to take, you're able to use your discretionary funds for that. I think this is concerning because, again, we're not city employees, even though we get some of the benefits, but this is directly tying you into, a profession when you can get different certificates, you can get plenty of education, but I think that might be a different way that you can utilize your discretionary funds to take care of that versus us adopting this policy. That's my 2 cents on it and my concerns overall. So if we have the authority as elected officials to use our discretionary budget, I don't necessarily see why we would need to, especially if it is mirroring the 7,500 that you all are trying to do. Did you want to weigh in on that?
Release. I did, just as a point of clarification, the education line item that you all have is for like certification and taking specific classes. I think, and I don't want to speak for you, Mayor, if this is incorrect, please feel free to correct me. The tuition reimbursement would be my understanding for things like degrees and other certifications. So I do think there is a bit of overlap when it comes to certifications. But if your discretionary budget is going to be used for an actual degree, I don't think that that's what that's contemplated for. There's a memo that's forthcoming regarding public purpose, and Georgia case law says that if there's a private benefit that's ancillary or subsequent or de minimis, that's fine, but the primary objective does have to be for the public welfare, public service, and general welfare. So if the education that you're getting has a primary public benefit, then that's fine. But if the primary objective of a degree or education is private in nature, then you can't use public funds for that. So I just want to make sure there is some overlap as far as certifications, but that line item for education should not be used for like an actual tuition reimbursement for a degree. I just want to make sure I made that clarification.
Okay, so in
I was trying to wait. I just want to add a little bit more clarity. This policy, the list of certifications that you see on this policy is an expansion. This isn't the entire list. So when we first passed our tuition reimbursement policy, people can go back to school for whole degrees, right? Someone in planning can go and get a master's in planning or a master's in engineering. People can get law degrees. Those things aren't on this list. This was and help me out, Madam City Manager, we expanded beyond degrees to include certifications. So these are certifications that employees can get under the tuition reimbursement program in addition to degrees. So we wouldn't necessarily be looking at getting these employee certifications. You're correct. We get all kinds of certifications through GMA and the various organizations. However, if someone wants to go to law school, we are legislators. We literally write laws, but none of us has a law degree. So if somebody wanted to go back to law school to get a degree in writing legislation, we cannot use our education funds in our budget, but we could under tuition reimbursement. And to be clear, you're not going to law school anywhere for $7,500. So it's not a big amount. And then to just answer, well, since I have the floor now, to respond to the other question about the FIS, if we have created a program for 800 employees, I don't think that there will be a financial burden to add 8 more to that. In the same way that all 800 people are not taking the $7,500 benefit, I'm pretty sure that all 8 of us will not take the $7,500 benefit. So I hope that I do hope that answers some of the questions. And I will say that the last thing that I will say is that we write legislation that covers a variety of things. We just wrote some artificial intelligence legislation. We've written legislation about short-term rentals. We've written a lot of legislation, correct me if I'm wrong, Madam City Attorney, that needs to go back and be rewritten and amended or adjusted. And perhaps if we had a little bit more education in the area that we were writing legislation about, we could have written some tighter legislation. When you go to school, you also get the latest and greatest about all the innovations that are happening in a particular field. So I think that all of this enriches our ability to write legislation for fire, police, parks, recs, information technology, human resources, all of the areas that we are writing legislation and policies for. But go ahead, and I yield back to you.
So all of those wonderful things can also be acquired through a certification as well. So the thing that concerns me is that you will have people running for office to get tuition reimbursement, right? For 4 years. If you do $7,500 for a 4-year term, because it's $7,500 per year. So that's $30,000. And people are running to get a paycheck, but then you also are, you're getting tuition reimbursement. So at least you're guaranteed $30,000, not even guaranteed to get a degree within that 30,000, but you're guaranteed to get $7,500 per year as an elected official to get a degree.
Well, first of all,
And on top of discretionary funds that you can use for your district to get additional certifications.
you're not guaranteed under our tuition reimbursement policy. First, it has to be approved by HR as being relevant to your field. So that same rule that applies for all
You
employees,
just said if you're a lawyer.
if you're a lawyer,
You wanna
that
go-
means that you can't come here and say, I want to get a degree in basket weaving, right? I want to get a degree in, I don't know, maybe you can justify basket weaving if you're writing legislation. I don't know. But number one, you're not guaranteed because you have to get it approved by HR. Number two, you're not guaranteed because you have to get an A or B. And number three, I think many of us on this council have grown children, and $30,000 is not even covering a year at most colleges, let alone a 4-year degree. I don't know if there's a school that's giving out a 4-year degree for $30,000. Please let me know.
Oh, it's
I will
plenty out
sign
there.
up.
There's plenty out there.
I will sign up. But lastly, I think we're thinking about it in the wrong way. I don't think that people are running for office just to get
A paycheck.
a paycheck. I mean, listen, the paycheck is not the paycheck is not giving, I'm going to run for office.
I mean, we know
And hold on,
that
and we also get healthcare benefits. I don't think any of us are here just to get the healthcare benefits. You know, but because we are here at 11 o'clock at night, I think if people want to go back to school, if people want to get some benefits on top of our $30,000 a year salaries, I do think that it's worth it. Madam Attorney.
As the person up here with the actual law degree, I will give you something anecdotal. I went to the flagship law school of the state, got several full rides to other law schools, and I chose to go to University of Georgia. Great school, go Dogs, proud double dog. I will tell you the most that I learned about writing legislation was hands-on in internships and in certification programs.
Exactly.
So again, that was just my experience as far as being intentional about getting hands-on experience and actually doing it. Are there law school classes that teach you how to write legislation? Yes, but that's a very small part of the 3-year curriculum that you're going through at any law school. Again, that's just anecdotal. Obviously, it's up to the council, but I just wanted to lend my expertise in that area.
Chair recognizes Mayor Pro Tem Pritchett.
So I do want to point out something that people may not know. The Solicitor General of Douglas County, Sonia Compton, she worked at like a department store for many years, and they were before they closed down, they offered employees the ability to have tuition reimbursement, and she used it to go to law school. So, no, but I'm explaining something. So, since I've been here, I have 2 certifications from Harvard, one in public policy and the second one in contracts law, and I have a certification from the Yale School of Business Management that I got here in this capacity. My commentary is basically that the unintended consequence of pursuing education is you become educated, well-rounded, enriched. It changes you, it disciplines you, it makes you a better legislator, person, more efficient, more effective, more relatable. There is nothing wrong with education. I think that we should never limit people's personal choices with regards to their professional development. Everyone is not going to want to pursue education. Everyone does not value education and will dig in their pockets for $7,500 to do anything that they don't really believe in. But for those people, if our employees do it, there are a lot of employees here and in other cities and in other counties that go to the FBI academies. They go to all kind of programs, and then they leave us and they have spectacular credentials. I think that we should leave here better individuals than we came through as well, for all that we have to deal with. But I think that that's a personal choice, because it's not like you just get the money and then you just roll out. It is so much work involved. It's a lot of work involved. So we're just talking about something that I'm sure a lot of people cannot commit to based on time and based on a whole bunch of dynamics. So that's just my 10 cents to add to this conversation. I yield.
ABD Williams Brown.
I call the question.
Thank you.
All right, let's take this vote by show of hands. The tuition reimbursement program.
No, I called the question.
Oh, sorry. This is a this is a vote to vote. So all those in favor to end discussion and vote. Let's get a show of hands by that. All right. All right. Let's take a show of hands for the vote.
I have 1, 2, 3.
All right, that fails. All right, please sound. Please sound the first items.
So Mayor, we have first read. You want me to just read them into the record? We have first read. We have the 2, and then we had the 4 zoning items that we'll just read for first read and vote next meeting. First read an ordinance to repeal ordinance 2022-045, short-term rental special use permit process that was adopted December 19, 2022 in its entirety. Number 2, first read TA 25-003, an ordinance to amend the South Fulton zoning ordinance to bring the ordinance in compliance with the changes to the zoning procedures law implemented by HB 155, 2025 Georgia Laws Act 128. And then we have the ordinance first read Z25-018 and CV 25-001, an ordinance to rezone 9.7 acres of land located at 0 West Road from AG1 zoning district to the NUP zoning district with a concurrent variance to grade and replant in the zoning buffers and improvement setback to develop 35 single-family detached homes and for other lawful purposes. Also, first read, Z24-026, CV 24-010, ordinance to rezone 191.20 acres of land located at 555 and 0 Spence Road, 0 Old Sonoya Road, 0 Irwin Road, 0 Fayetteville Road, from AG1 zoning district to the M1 zoning district to develop 1.8 million square feet of spread over 3 buildings for light industrial uses. The next one, first read, Z25-007, ordinance to rezone 1 acre of land located at 0 Camilton Fairman Road from the AG1 zoning district to the C2 zoning district to operate a restaurant. And the last first read is Z25-013, an ordinance to rezone 1 acre of land located at 0 Allen Drive from AG1 in the zoning district to NUP zoning district to develop 37 single-family detached homes. That completes the first reads for this evening.
All right, thank you. That was the last item on the agenda?
Yes, sir.
The chair will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
It's been properly moved and seconded. Let's take this vote by a show of hands.
So that motion approved unanimously. We are adjourned at 11:14 p.m.
No, clerk, because I want to.